friends. Must be a manly and peace bound day. The country within, me and people represent.
Good night, Orange Hill. Good night, my BLP family. It's great to be in the community tonight. So without any further delay, we're going to start with our first candidate, Peter Phillips. He's from the constituency of St. Lucie. And you know, Peter is a good man, and he needs to get back in that constituency. So without any further ado, Peter Phillips, we welcome you.
When the BLP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up. Yo! Election is the time you'll have to meet up with all my friends. Must be a manly and peace bound day. The country within.
Good night, Orange Hill. Good night to the people of St. Andrew. I've journeyed from not too far, because there's no place in Barbados that is far. It probably took me just about 20 minutes to get here. But I'm happy to be here tonight in support of my comrade, Dr. Rommel Springer. I am here tonight to talk to you and to encourage you that as we move into this election on February 11th, that you stay with Rommel, as the people in St. Lucie are staying with Peter. You would recall in 2018, we came to you as a party all over this country and asked you to vote for us. The reason being because Barbados was in a bad state. Barbados was in the state where people were not recognizing Barbados, and they were asking the question, what's going on in Barbados? The Front Destroyer administration had done so badly that Barbados was almost unrecognizable. We came to you and we asked you for your support. Remember, the Prime Minister said, the then opposition leader, Mayor Amar Motley, said, give me the vote and watch me. And you have watched her over the past 7 years lead this country from strength to strength on the local field, on the international field, and in the regional field. This is what you voted for. This is what you wanted. This is what you asked for. And we have delivered. We delivered once. We delivered twice. And we're asking you to give us the opportunity to deliver a third time. The country was almost bankrupt, facing devaluation, roads in poor state, education in poor state, with the Front Destroyer administration asking university students to pay for tuition. As I said, Barbados was almost unrecognizable. You, the ordinary man in St. Andrew, the ordinary person in St. Andrew, was second salt because of the Democratic Labour Party administration then. But now things, we're not necessarily out of the woods totally, but things are much, much better under Mayor Amar Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. We had to take some steps to correct what was happening in Barbados. You have since then gotten reduced. Some of you have been removed from the tax list, meaning simply that you pay tax. Anybody working under the threshold of $25,000 to $30,000, a year, you were removed from that threshold. You are no longer required to pay income tax. This is what a good government does for its people. Shepherd you and lead you through difficult times. On the world scene, it was difficult for a small country like Barbados oil prices, then we faced the war. One of the things we had to deal with was COVID-19, and you know that COVID-19 was not easy. It was a rough period for all of us. But in the midst of that, this administration found it possible to distribute over 60,000 care packages to families across Barbados. This is what a caring government does. Had it been the Democratic Labour Party in office when COVID-19 struck, a lot of us perhaps might have been dead. But we are glad for the Barbados Labour Party led by Mayor Amar Motley that was able to find the necessary finance and so on to protect, to shield us, to ensure that every household had a meal to eat during COVID-19 when people were being sent home and all of that. Hotels closed down. Business interrupted. It affected the masses. It affected you. Could not find work as a result. But the Barbados Labour Party in office, who was asked to deal with this difficult situation, we weathered the storm. We led Barbados through. We took Barbados through that difficult period. You will also remember this. And in recent times, if you listen to parliamentary debate, you would hear the now opposition leader say things and make you believe that Barbados was worse off, that Barbados was at its worst. You would also hear, even now in this election campaign, and I'm listening very intently, I'm listening very carefully and taking note of all that is being said. Every time the opposition leader speaks, he's promising you different things. He's going to remove this, he will remove that from this, remove that, remove the third thing. Always something to remove. Remember, comrades and friends, people, remember 1986. Remember 1986 with the back raise of the budget. You were given, you were made to believe it was like milk and honey flowing in the land of Canaan. $15,000 back raise. You would recall that. And then just 1 year later, Barbados was in trouble, facing devaluation as a country. No, it's no different from what Ralph Torn is promising. He's going to remove all these taxes, but you know what? Ask yourself the question and ask him the question. As he and members of his party come around canvassing and in St. Andrew and asking you for support for their candidate. If you're going to remove all these things, which means that you're reducing the income of the country, what are you going to replace it with? What are you going to replace these taxes with? Because if you're giving back this and you're giving back that and taking this and taking that, there must be some revenue raising measures that you must take to account to replace that money. They are not telling you this. They are not saying anything about that. But they want you just to take what they're saying to you in terms of fall for reductions. I say to you tonight, no tricks in 26. No tricks in 26. Tell the Democratic Labour Party that they cannot come here in 2026 and trick you into believing that they're going to give all these things back until they win the government. Or either giving them back and then pushing this country into trouble. We have come too far, people of Orange Hill. You have come too far in this constituency to allow the Democratic Labour Party to come and trick you with all these gimmicks. these election gimmicks. You cannot allow them to come and try. When you go to the polls on February the 11th, you must see one name, the most important name on the ballot for St. Andrew, on the ballot where you, the people in Orange Hill, will vote. The name that you need to see and pay close attention to, and to ensure that you mark the X next to his name, is Dr. Rommel Springer. Dr. Rommel Springer is a man who has been around you and with you, on the ground with you for many, many years. I knew him from the time he was a youngster, when he was on the George Payne campaign for those many elections. And you know that George spent 30 years in Parliament as the MP. And Rommel was just a youngster then, and Rommel was part of that team. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to represent. It is not like some person coming now and wanting to just represent you, trying to win your confidence like that without doing the hard work, without being there all the years and all the time. You have got to go, and I'm asking you to go to the polls on February the 11th. I will be reminding you of this tonight during the course of my speech. I will be reminding you of this. Go to the polls and vote on February the 11th. Vote for Dr. Rommel Springer. That's the only name you need to see. That is the only name you need to see. Because even the person who ran for them last time is done with them now. And you will know who he is. It's done with them now. Because of the attitude of the current leader. One who wants to lead Barbados, and would have said in debates that we had in Parliament before it was dissolved, I challenge one to call the election now. Call the election. Call the election. You remember that? Challenging the Mayor Morley administration to call the election. But you know what happened? Now that we have called the election and the battle is on, he's running away from it now and finding all sorts of things to criticize. And we ain't ready. We could have done this, we could have done that, we could have done everything. But he asked to call election. When we stood up to the challenge and telling, yes, we will call election, election was called. He running and hiding in a corner and finding another reason to accuse the government of underhandedness. But you will make that determination. Remember, you got to think carefully. Barbados is dependent on you. St. Andrew, people of Orange Hill, Barbados is dependent on you, and you need to give this seat back to the Barbados Labour Party so that we can form the government. You don't form a government by winning one seat. You form the government by winning the majority of seats. And I want to say to you as well, what is important with all the plans that we have for you? We have carefully crafted them so that Barbados will become even better, even stronger. You see, we have, as one of our themes, Beijing Strong. We have also printed a book called The Red Record. This is a record of all that we promised and all that we have done. Which party has ever done this? Repeatedly, the Barbados Labour Party has made promises to you, and when we come back to you during the course of an election cycle, we always come to you and say to you, we didn't just promise, we show you where we have performed. And that is the hallmark of a good party. That is the hallmark of a party that you can trust. You can trust the BLP with your future. You can trust the Barbados Labour Party to lead Barbados and to govern Barbados, because we have done so well over the past 7 years. In total, we have done well. We have not played fast and loose. We have not taken chances. We made calculated decisions, and wise decisions at that. Not for political gain, but for the benefit and the betterment of Barbados, for the betterment of the people of Orange Hill and all other areas across this country. That is how you judge a party. That is how you make a determination on how you are going to vote when you go to the polls. You must be able, first of all, you must be able to watch and see and cross-check the record of the parties who come to you, who have told you truth, who have told you lies, who have made promises to you, who have fulfilled those promises, not those who have made promises and then hide from you and don't want you, cannot stand up and have a one-on-one conversation with you and show you where they have kept their promises. But this Barbados Labour Party can. We, on every occasion that we have come to the electorate, whatever we have promised, those things that we have promised, every single promise we have kept, we have we have printed copies of what we have done. We come back to you with the evidence of what we have done so that you can go in your leisure time and you can check to see, is this true? Did they actually do this? Just in case you missed it. We have always come to you with reminders what we have promised and what we have performed, what we have fulfilled in those promises. And this is the hallmark of a good party. This is the hallmark of a party that knows what it's doing. This is the hallmark of a party that haven't made promises to its people, can come back to them and say, show their track record, this is what we have done. If we could not have done it, we say that. We don't try to mamaguy nobody. But you have to ask the other persons from the other side, you have to ask them that. Because, as I said earlier, you here in this election campaign so far, every time the leader of the other side speaks, he's going to give back this. There's no cost, there's no totaling of the cost or telling you what the cost would be. You're going to give back the VAT. You're going to remove the VAT on X and Y. There's no telling you of what this will cost the country. And if you think that is bad, no telling you of what it will cost the country. Even worse is the fact that they're not saying how they will replace it, how they will recoup that money. The country needs money to be run. You and I know that. In your country is like a household. In a household, you need money to run a household because you got water bill to pay, you got light bill to pay, you got telephone bill to pay, you got children to send school, you got to buy groceries, all of this. So there must be money coming in. There must be money, and you must know where you're going to get it from. It is the same thing that happens in a country. You must know. So when somebody come pomp-setting and playing big, and large, and that they're large and in charge and giving out all these promises, the airy-fairy promises, you have got to call them to account and say to them, well, if you're going to do this, you will give back this and give back that. Where are you going to get the money to replace it from? Because you still need money for education. You still need money for health care. You still need money for welfare. You need money for transport. You need money to run all these areas. And so don't let nobody come to you giving you sweet talk because they think that is what you want to hear and not, I'm going to fall for it. Do not fall for the deceit and the lies of the Dems. They're only looking to win an election, and then there will be problems if you fall for that. But I know the people of Orange Hill, I know for sure the people of St. Lucie are much wiser than that. I want you to stick with Rommel. Stick with the BLP. because they're better for St. Andrew and better for Barbados. That is absolutely important. Now, I want to say to you as well, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, every time Barbados is on a good trajectory and moving forward, and if you check the records and you check the history of Barbados, persons sometimes get comfortable, or you have an administration in and doing well. When the BLP administration is in and doing well, the country is going well. You know what the tendency is? Sometimes people would say, when are they in too long? We're going to give the rest a chance. How long is too long? Do not take chances. Because we've only just begun with the good work that we are doing, and there's a lot more to be done. There's a lot more to come. Trust the Barbados Labour Party with your future, people of Orange Hill. Trust the Barbados Labour Party with the future of your children. Trust the Barbados Labour Party to take Barbados to higher heights. And we can only do that when you, every constituent in the respective constituency, vote for the candidate of the Barbados Labour Party. I want to say to you tonight, vote in your numbers on February the 11th. Go out and vote for Dr. Rommel Springer as your MP to continue. Even the Democratic Labour Party said they're going to vote for the BLP. You see the ad? Even they are going to vote for the BLP. So if they're going to vote for the BLP and they're the opposition party, you need to vote for the BLP to help them, to help you, to help yourselves, to help us to be returned to office as the government of this country on February the 11th. We are better for Barbados. And we said to you, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. And we are not, this is not just idle promises saying to you in terms of what is happening or happening for just to win a government. We have been proven, we have been tested and proven. And therefore, that being the case, we have earned the right. And we are asking you to give us, to sign off on it. Give us that opportunity to come back and continue to run the country, continue to take Barbados forward. In a lot of countries, persons cannot or do not have the right to vote. We are asking you, come out in your numbers. Do not sit down and say, we done win already. You only win by votes. Support does not win you an election. The votes win you an election. The votes win you a particular seat. And that is absolutely important. I want to cement that in your heads. Be very, very careful in saying, man, he can win, he don't need my vote. Suppose they got 1,000 people saying the same thing. Think about it. Think about it. Votes are needed to be able to win any seat. Votes are needed to be able to win St. Andrew, for Dr. Springer to be able to win St. Andrew's seat. Do not leave anything for chance. Do not take anything for granted. Go out. I encourage you to go out on February the 11th and vote in your numbers. Vote for good governance. Vote for prosperity. Vote for good things to continue in this country. Vote for Mayor Motley, the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for your candidate, your present representative, Dr. Rommel Springer, and send him back to the house. That is absolutely important. I'm asking you tonight, consider what I have said to you. And we're not asking you just to vote because you can vote based on the record. The record, the red record. You can find it online. The red record. Go back, check what we have promised, check what we have delivered. And you will see that this party is not not just a party that talks or say things to you. We fulfill that which we have promised. And we come back to you and we say, we promise you this, we have delivered. And we ask you again for your vote. We ask you again to entrust in us or give us the opportunity to continue that work. We've only just begun. As I said to you earlier, we've only just begun, and therefore we want to continue, and we can only continue if you give us the opportunity here in Orange Hill through voting for Dr. Rome's prayer on February the 11th. The people of St. Lucie will do that on February the 11th because I expect, I'm not taking anything for granted, none whatsoever. I expect that given what has happened and what has been done, the record of the BLP in this constituency and all the constituencies all across Barbados, the record of the Barbados Labour Party is a stellar record. You can trust our word. We want to be able to continue to guide this country and to run this country to the best of our ability for the benefit of you, its citizens. So if you have a neighbor, you may have a neighbor or a friend, a girlfriend or a boyfriend, who you may hear saying, man, I need to vote. Please encourage them. Get up early on the morning of February the 11th. Early in the morning. Don't wait till 5 o'clock in the evening and so on to go and vote. Go and do it early. Come back home. Rest yourself, relax, and do all those other things that you may need to do after you have cast your vote at 6 o'clock early in the morning of February the 11th, and sit down. Go across by a neighbor. Get a few drinks or so. I didn't say alcoholic beverages. Get a few drinks, a Sprite, Coke, those kind of things, ginger ale, and celebrate. Celebrate on the night of February the 11th. Because the Barbados Labour Party, I do believe with all my heart, I do believe with all my soul, I'm putting all my energy in it, because this one must be, if none else, this one must be for Barbados. Must be for Barbados. When you go to vote, you say this one is for Barbados, this one is for my grandchildren, this one is for my great-grandchildren. Go out and cast that vote. Good night. God bless you.
One thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BLP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up. Yo! Election is the time you love to meet up with all my friends. Must be a monthly and me's bounty. The country winning, me and people. Represent with your hand in the air. Let's go! Leadership is strong with pride in challenging times.
Good evening, Orange Hill. Good evening to my Barbados Labour Party family. Tonight, we gather just not for a meeting, but we gather to acknowledge a movement which is built on strength, a movement built on resilience, a movement built on strong leadership that understands these challenging times. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker needs no introduction. The next speaker is a lady. We know her, we love her, we trust her. When Barbados needed steady leadership, she stood firm. When the world was uncertain, she was clear. When the people needed strength, she delivered. She is respected at home and across the region. She is the strong leader we need for changing times, a champion for the people, a prime minister who always puts Barbados first. Ladies and gentlemen, show some appreciation for our Prime Minister, Mia Amor Motley.
Whoa, oi, oi. as a friend. You see my act, she gon' get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me up, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and strength. Take charge, me you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job and she got my trust. That is enough.
Good night. Good night to the good people of Orange Hill. Good night to all who have come out. It is a rainy night. It has been a rainy day. But we are here still to be able to speak with you. And as you can realize, even in this most difficult of temperatures, we know what is happening up north. Some of you have family in Canada and the States, and they're having snowstorms like they've never seen before. And you know, this is, for us, reminding us that we do live at a time when the climate crisis is really having an impact on all of us. It's a little chilly, but I know that the warmth of the content of my voice, I hope, will be able to offset the chill in the atmosphere from the breeze. I want people to be safe, and I want people to take care of themselves, because in this environment, anything can happen with respect to the flu and the cold that was going around. But I have come here tonight to be able to support the candidacy of Rommel Springer. And you know, on the last occasion when we met in an election, I asked you, the good people of St. Andrew, and in particular in this district of Orange Hill, to continue the support that you would have given to George Walton Payne, who provided yeoman service to you, the people of St. Andrew. And George was very clear that Rommel was the person who he believed could continue the level of representation which he had. For me, I have come to see Rommel be one of the most faithful members of Parliament that we have, in terms of taking care of his constituents, in terms of finding activities for them. The Crab Night has become almost legendary across this country. And the passion with which he represents you, requesting that services, roads, and all other kinds of activity be provided for the people of St. Andrew, is commendable and worthy of your support and votes for him again. Right here in Orange Hill, you know that the roads have been the subject of repair for some time, and you have seen firsthand the evidence coming off of the roundabout, coming up, and even going right across, back down, past Apes Hill to Waterhall Terrace. We have seen both the replacement of water mains, and we have seen the repair of roads. The truth is, it has taken a little longer than we would have liked, but the coordination of the services and the utilities is not an easy matter. But what matters is that Rommel has made sure that you in this area can benefit fully from what is being done. This, of course, comes on top of the other matters that we have tried to do for him. In Bordens, I took Rommel a few years ago to be able to see what we could develop as a tourism attraction, because this parish of St. Andrew is one of the most beautiful parishes in this country. And to the extent that we can make it part and parcel of the visitor experience in Barbados, it means access to jobs, access to opportunities for the people of St. Andrew and surrounding areas. In Bordens, therefore, we have seen the development of the ponds, and we hope with the kiosks there to be able to make this an attraction where persons can come out and where persons can participate with their families in wholesome activity, but at the same time creating opportunities for those who will be in a position to do the vending up there. But it isn't only limited to that. We made sure that the health clinic down in Belle Plaine was refurbished and reopened. And it is because we believe in being able to decentralize services, ensure that you are in a position to benefit from services all over the island, and not forcing everybody to go to Bridgetown or even Speightstown, that these things are important. You will see, and Bromell has been a strong proponent of the need to construct again a new police station at Belle Plaine. The government has accepted this recommendation. And we therefore believe that one of the projects, should you find it possible to give us the chance to vote for Bromell again and to be part and parcel of this government, should the rest of the constituencies equally give us a chance, that these are some of the projects that we will be continuing in the parish of St. Andrew, the constituency of St. Andrew. But I haven't only come here tonight to talk local, as important as it is to you here in St. Andrew. I've come to remind us of the difference between what we inherited and what we were able to do for you going forward. There is no doubt that there are a number of persons who are working, those who work in the government service. Many of you have already benefited from the fact that this government came with a clear plan to ensure that you were not ignored, that you were able to get 3 wage increases, salary increases in 7 years, and that for many of you who had been acting in positions for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, that we have been able to do right by you by passing legislation first in 2020 and then again in 2025, allowing you to be able to be appointed and to have the security of tenure, either in your initial appointment or in some instances where you have been promoted and purely in an acting position, earning the money, but not yet in a position to count on it being pensionable because of the absence of the appointment. But it wasn't only in that. I have reminded people, and if you don't have a copy of the Red Book, I ask you to get it or to look at it digitally, because people forget how much this government has been able to do. The bus system was in an awful state when we came to office. We have been able to buy 121 buses, and while we are not yet where we want to be, we are significantly better with those 121 electric buses. But we turned around and we also gave people the opportunity, some of the former drivers, the opportunity to own buses under the TAP program and to take some of the older Transport Board buses and operate them as their own, ensuring that we can have a comprehensive bus service offered to the people of this nation. We did the same in our commitment to buy garbage trucks. 55 garbage trucks bought. And once again, this is a work in progress. While we are not yet where we want to be, we are getting there, and we hope that that too will be a decided difference, because we believe that people in this country ought to be able to have not simply one pickup a week, but at least 2 pickups, and to be able to work together with you to properly separate and recycle. And that is why we took the decisions to be able to give you garbage bins, which the government bought, those for garbage and the blue one for recycling, and to be able to carry us to the point where we can better optimize the routes being pursued by the garbage trucks, because we can then monitor when bins have been emptied or not. And equally, we have put arms on the back of the trucks to make sure that our family, our friends who are working in the Sanitation Service Authority do not end up injuring themselves, because what can be lifted mechanically saves them from their backs being hurt and from being injured for long periods of time. My friends, I have come here to reflect on some of these things, because when you listen to Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party, you begin to wonder sometimes that while all is not perfect in this country, if they're talking about the same Barbados. And I want you to come to Golden Square tomorrow night, because it is at that point that we will be unlocking for you plans and programs. My voice is hoarse because true, I have not slept for the better part of 2 nights, finishing up the manifesto and making sure that the program that we have for you is one that can help build on all that we have done in the last 7 years, but at the same time, working towards transforming Barbados into a country that protects the vulnerable, creates opportunities for all, and allows you to be able to go as high as you would like to do, giving you chances and empowering you to be able to make decisions that will make a difference to you and your family. All this talk, there are so many people, especially in the last week, who continue to remind me, and they say, Prime Minister, you may have given us back the opportunity to go back to university free of cost 7 years ago. But for us, I don't think you know how much it means. One lady told me that she had 3 children. One was already in university, and the other 2 were about to go there. And she was about to tell the one who was in university that they could not continue when we came to office. And were it not for the fact that we made the decision to continue that which Bajans relied on for over 5 decades, all 3 of her children would not be in a position to have degrees and to be able to get jobs for themselves and to be able now to have houses, mortgages for themselves. We take these things for granted. And I hear people saying that there is no difference between the 2 parties. And I want them to remember what you had to endure during the last decade and what you lost. And the truth is that if there's anything that the government has done perhaps wrong, it is in making you feel that it was too easy to be able to lift this country and to lift your circumstances up, so that sometimes people do not appreciate the level of sacrifice, the level of commitment, and the level of discipline necessary to be able to make that difference. I warned us that the rain was going to keep coming. And I want you to keep and get out of the wet, because this campaign still has 11 days to go, and there is much to be done. We are only in the stages of unfolding our record, but we are equally getting ready to unfold from tomorrow night what a new Barbados Labour Party government could look like. And I've told you, the first 2 years, 18 months were rough because we had to be able to work out how you're going to pay back and restructure the debt that we had. You know it. If you have a situation where you owe a lot of people money, you don't know how you're going to make ends meet, you don't know how you're going to juggle between the cost of rent or a mortgage, cost of food, cost of utilities. All of that was where the country found itself. But we stopped and we said, look, it makes no sense us not being able to do the things that we're doing. We're going to restructure our debt and create the elbow room to do the things that I just spoke about. If people don't have a wage increase in 8 years, not only are they not productive, but they cannot make ends meet. If people don't have the chance to be able to study and be able to improve the level of skills available in this country, the same thing will happen again. If people don't have the opportunity to be able to ensure that they can get to work on buses that were functioning, or that they could get their garbage collected on a regular basis, the country would start to suffer. And when we finished restructuring the debt, the next month COVID came. And for 3 years almost, you know it because you lived it locked down. We couldn't fix roads. We couldn't build houses. Most of you couldn't go to work unless you worked for an essential service like the police or the fire or the water authority or light and power or groceries, because of course people had to eat. So it is only in the last 2.5 to 3 years that we have been able to start to have a little elbow room and to start to be able to play shots that we could not play before going forward. My friends, and in spite of that, in spite of all of that, we have been able to put a platform. Look around Barbados. Many of the people in St. James, in Orange Hill, in St. Peter, in St. Lucie, depend on the tourism sector also for a living. And we have seen for the first time, I am told, the largest amount of hotels about to be built in this country. Some have started already, down at Pendry, down when you go down into Old Town, you see how fast that hotel has gone up. And by the middle of this year, the hotel will be open and people, Bajans, getting work in there in all other types of activities, from literally water sports right back through to working as waiters, working as concierge, working in every category that you need in a hotel for it to function. But it isn't only those two. We have seen the earthworks and the foundation work start at the old Haywood site, where Sandals is going to be putting down a hotel, spending over $600 million US and 600 rooms. We have also seen the other building going up. Pendry, I mentioned. We now have a commitment to be able to do in town more hotels, at least 3 hotels in the heart of Bridgetown. We have just seen the one in Hastings in Caribbean, Hotel Indigo. They have started their soft opening. I give you that because it is the investment in the tourism sector that has been able to allow many a Bajan family to be able to pay their bills. But we didn't just say, come and invest. We have worked with the Barbados Workers Union to make sure that those of you who work in the tourism sector are able to benefit from decent work. And we've said to the hoteliers who benefit from the tax concessions, you need to treat people in a fair and decent way. If not, you will put at risk under the Labor Clauses Act the concessions which you have. I want us to reflect and tell me, what is it you can trust the Democratic Labour Party under Ralph Thorne to deliver for you today? I told the others last night in Britain's Hill that I am satisfied that Frondell Stewart ensured that he could attract Ralph Thorne to the Democratic Labour Party. And he wanted to do so because Ralph's performance has been so abysmal that Ralph will go down as a worse leader than Frondell. And Frondell is a man of history. He takes note of these things. Can you imagine that you go into an institution, you come out of nowhere, and I can come back to that because I hear Ralph telling us he don't know how he get to be leader. Well, I can tell you how he stabbed the Labour Party in our back. And I can tell you what he did when he went over there. Can you imagine you going to an institution and people who have propped up that institution for decades, people whose sweat and tears made the difference to them being able to win an election, to run governments, and even when they lost elections, to be able to be the only ones in there propping up the place, you lock them out and walk past them like if they didn't exist. If he did that to the people who built the institution, can you imagine what he would do to you, who you and him don't have any kind of relationship? It's not right. And tonight, I have said to others that the choice is clear. You can choose a team that is performing for you, that has shown you a difference in your quality of life. We may not be exactly where you want to be, but you can see progress and you know where you have come from. There was a time in this country where anybody working in the fields as a woman would not have the opportunity to relieve themselves unless they got back to the plantation or unless they had in an undignified way to go away from the rest in the fields and relieve themselves. And this government said, no, you cannot treat people like that. That is how they were treated for centuries. And an independent Barbados, a country more than 50 years old, cannot treat people like that. And in Darware, and this government went and got containers built with bathroom facilities and lunchroom and kitchen facilities. And I give you that example because I can move from that and I can talk about how we have taken care of your children who are disabled. People living with disabilities never got a cent from the NIS before, and we created a category called special needs grants. Whether you are a child who got disabilities or an older person, right here you have the Learning Center out on the front road. So you know firsthand what it is like for persons who need assistance, and those who don't know the Learning Center know about the child in the school not far from here as well. No government before has ever been as attentive to the needs of those who are vulnerable among us. But we didn't stop there. Kirk Humphrey has taken the Child Care Board, the National Disabilities Unit, the Welfare Department, and the National Assistance Board. And we brought them all together and we said, look, we have problems across the country. But if every agency just focuses on a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there, you can't make it. But if we come together as one and we treat every social worker as a first responder, we can then have almost 350 social workers out there helping Bajans where it matters and where they need the help. In the National Assistance Board, before it merged during COVID, we said, look, we see too many old people in communities, and separate from the home health program, we need to make sure that somebody is there engaging with them, talking with them, taking care of them. And we introduced the Community Elder Care Program. This program isn't just something minor. It costs us almost $10 million a year to employ persons in almost every community across Barbados to be able to take care of some of the elderly persons. And we know that it is a strain. The last Thursday before I asked for Parliament to be dissolved, Kirk Humphrey brought a piece of legislation that is about taking care of the older people in this country and making sure that people do not abuse them and people do not take advantage of them. My friends, is this not a government working for you? This is not idle conversation. I can go on and on. People own their houses about here in this district. Many of you had to pay land tax when we first came in. If your house was worth $150,000 or more. Today, anybody whose house is worth less than $300,000, you do not pay a cent in land tax. And if you have a house worth more than that, you do not pay land tax on the first $300,000. But, you know, it doesn't stop there. Because so confident were we in the management of this economy and this country that we promise you, not as idle words, but we passed a law that said that come April 2026, this year, that amount will rise to $400,000. So anybody who got a house, and there are many in this community whose houses are worth less than $400,000, you don't have to pay a cent. Now they want to tell you that you shouldn't pay no taxes at all. But explain to me how that gonna work. Because it's the taxes that pay the police. It's the taxes that give you health care. It's the taxes that give your children access to school. And if you don't have the government doing it, it then means that you as an individual got to go and look for all that money on your own. But we belong to a political party that recognizes that you help those who can least help themselves. And that for the rest, those who are carrying a little bit but have a lot of capacity, sometimes we ask you to carry a little more, because if people are not living in a country that is stable, the country then cannot be safe. And this is the agreement, this is the compact that we have with one another. And that is why from Grantley Adams to Errol Barrow and every other leader, providing free education, providing subsidized housing, giving people the opportunity to buy their land at 10 cents a square foot, all of these things matter, because that is the only way we have been able to lift you out and to give you the opportunity to move from poverty to middle class, and from middle class to wherever you want to soar. And what do we have instead? A David Eswick on a platform talking about whores and pimps, and Ralph Thorne being pious and sanctimonious. To this day, and to my knowledge, has not told David Eswick, my man, you are out of order. Apologize to the women of this country for treating them so. I pointed out last night in Brennan's Hill that what made it even worse is the comments made by the man who wants to run in the city of Bridgetown, who explained his family's own peculiar circumstances. And you would think, therefore, that there would be a sensitivity to using language like that and making attacks like that. But I say to you that for them, it is business as usual. And what have they learned in the last 7, 8 years? Certainly not anything that would cause you to believe that they are a changed group of people. So my friends, tonight is a rainy night. And we are conscious that I'm asking you to meet me in Golden Square tomorrow. I do not want you to catch no sniffles. I do not want you to get no fever. And I want to go and rest my voice because I have so much to tell you tomorrow and so much to share with you. And I am satisfied that when you see what the Barbados Labour Party is proposing to do, to continue the work that we have done in the last few years in mission transformation, and when you see what we are proposing to do to add to that work, in terms of making sure that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital can be expanded and improved, not just in terms of physical infrastructure, not just in terms of equipment, not just in terms of almost 300 new posts to hire critical skills to be able to deliver quality health care, but also to focus on the small things that matter, the communication that's necessary so that you know what's happening if you got somebody and they're sick and don't have to go yourself and be anxious and worry about what's happening. The accountability and the compassion. Because it is not just in the large things that we must make a difference, but it is in the small things that we do. I have found myself having also to explain to people that when you are seeking to recover from way, way down as a result of the lost decade, you cannot do everything all at once. But you can all set about to making sure that eventually everybody will have an opportunity to benefit. I give the example of cooking a pot of food, and everybody can't go at the pot to serve themselves. You cook a big pot of pillau and you got 30 people to eat. All 30 can't take out the rice at the same time. If not, all gonna spill on the ground. But we accept that while 1 and 2 and 3 people may go at once, that ultimately everybody will eat a food. And it is no different with the provision of services. There are some constituencies where the provision of water tanks and reservoirs took priority. There are some areas where we had to make sure that the buses got in. There are some areas where water mains had to be taken, not even by our own planning, but because Barbados has aged water infrastructure. The pipes old. It means that sometimes things will happen. You were planning to fix pipes on the main road out there, but pipes down inside blow and burst, and you have to now be diverted to go and do it. I well remember in this community up the hill what happened when the freak storm came. 49,000 lightning strikes in 2 hours. People's houses destroyed. Some the roof off alone, others the entire house gone. I know what it is to walk with you, and I know what it is to get the Rural and Urban Development Commissions and the National Housing Commission with the freak storm, and again with Hurricane Elsa. And all the houses that we wanted to build first from scratch, you had to pause and go and help people who no longer had safe shelter because of the freak storm and the hurricane. Over 2,700 people 2,700 houses between the two affected, to the point where we had to put people in the Labour College, put people in Codrington College, put people in other facilities because they had nowhere to go. And if you're doing that, it means you've been diverted away from the plans that you had originally to be able to make a difference. So, ladies and gentlemen, the good people of St. Andrew, I started this presentation by telling you about the difference that Rommel Springer has made, making a case for you, ensuring that in the provision of roads, or in the provision of facilities, or in the provision of replacement of water mains, or in the provision of bus services, that he has been there making and arguing and getting for you the benefit of all of these things. I believe that a good turn deserves another. And I ask you, therefore, to hold him. I need Rommel Springer back in Parliament with us. He has been able to help Santia in the Ministry of Public Works at a time when that ministry has been more challenged than any other time. We have had also to deal with bridges that have not been touched, not been maintained for decades. And he has to the task manfully come and communicated with you, while at the same time ensuring that the work, the plans and designs, you can't just wake up and decide you're going to send equipment on a bridge that breaks down. You need to get designs. When you're doing new roads and you've got to widen it, you need to get surveys. And these things take time. There's not a fella out here who could build a house in under a few months to live in, because we know it takes time. And therefore, some of the unreasonable expectations that are being fueled by people who don't want to understand the reality is really because they have nothing else to complain about. Because in all that we have done, it has been first to stabilize you, to see the country grow. 18 straight quarters of growth. And that's not me talking. That's the governor of the central bank. But what makes this even more ludicrous is that Ralph Thorne last night in Oistins cursing the governor of the central bank because he gives his professional opinion that to give back people and to reduce VAT will not lead to any additional money really in your pocket, because once prices go up, very, very rarely do merchants bring them back down. And while government will get less taxes, you will not get the benefit of the reduced prices by the reduction in VAT. I want you to come to Golden Square tomorrow night and let me show you how it is done. And let me show you how we can put money back in your pockets in this country without having a lot of hot air and long talk. And if you didn't want to believe the governor of the central bank, Troy Lord from the university came out today and backed Dr. Greenidge in the same thing that he said. Now, I don't know about you, but I know Ralph Thorne as an actor, not as an economist. I know Ralph Thorne like the A word for acting, not for arithmetic. So he can't advise me on anything that he will do with you, this economy, and your pockets, and I believe him, because not even in the House of Assembly is he comfortable speaking on any economic matter. You bring an economic bill in Parliament, and Ralph will find everything else to talk about, but make sure that he does not collide with the facts at all, at all, at all. So, my friends, on the 11th of February, I will not get a chance to be back here in St. Andrew, more likely than not. I hear this talk that you good, we safe. And I will tell you, as I will say on every other platform between now and then, I have never seen a ballot box open with any votes in it. If you do not give him your vote, the support means nothing. Support is flour. Votes is cake. You cannot eat flour. And what is important is that we recognize that those of you who are working with Rommel go about your business and make sure that you are in a position not just to canvass, but also to take persons where necessary to vote and to make sure that the turnout is there. We ask you to help us to help you. And I say to you that Rommel Springer has more than delivered, and I feel confident as his leader to ask you yet again to give Rommel Springer your vote and to allow this Barbados Labour Party government to return to lead in a world that is facing the most challenging of times in 80 years. And you do not wait until the storm clouds have come together and until the rain has started to look for a man who does not know what he's doing. You look for strong, experienced, decisive leadership, not just from me, but from the entire team that I have the honor to lead. And I tell you, it is a team of the times. Let Rommel Springer be a part of that team with your vote. Good night, and God bless you.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me up, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and strength. Take charge, me, you in charge. Can't feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action and get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worry but them. Cause I like how
Good night once again, Orange Hill. Good night, St. Andrew constituency. The crowd is building and you guys are looking lovely. Really lovely, decked out in your red. I want to thank our Prime Minister for the strong, stern, strategic leadership that the BLP Labour Party, the Barbados Labour Party, has given to Barbados. Tonight, before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to tap in on what our Prime Minister said. We need you to come out February the 11th and vote for Dr. Rommel Springer. We need every vote. Every vote matters. Every vote counts. Our next speaker is an experienced, skilled professional. A lady of class, a lady of excellence, who serves her community well. I present to you the candidate for St. James South, Sandra Husbands.
St. James South, service, commitment, delivery. Sometimes public, sometimes private, but always here with you.
She walks with steady footsteps. She speaks with firm resolve. Each challenge before her, she's ready to solve. Her courage is steady. Her compass is clear. A leader who shows up. Yeah, she's always there. Vote for Sandra. 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 We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra.
We're voting for Sandra Husbands in St. James South, and we are voting for Dr. Rommel Springer in St. Andrew. We're bringing him back up the steps of Parliament, and we're asking you to work with us to make that a reality. He's a part of our team. He is a part of the group that works constantly to be able to produce the results that you have found in the red record. All of us have worked together tirelessly, led by our Prime Minister, bringing the projects, the ideas, the initiatives. But you can have all the projects and initiatives in the world. If you cannot put your hand on the money to execute, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. And that is something that the Dems do not seem to understand. If you do not have a plan for how you are going to secure the resources to execute a plan, you are engaging in an exercise of deception. When you tell people that you are going to do this, you are going to do that, and you do not have a plan for strengthening the economy and creating the opportunity for resources that are going to allow you to execute the promises which you have made. One of the things that I have always, from the time I came into the Barbados Labour Party, and found is that when we are sitting planning for an election, we spend most of our time planning how we will govern, planning how we will execute the promises that we plan to make. We come to government with a plan, not the Democratic Labour Party. And let me tell you how I know that was true and still is true. I will never forget when the Democratic Labour Party won the election under David Thompson. And David Thompson and the group that came in were faced with a set of circumstances that had them thrown off. I remember one in particular. I remember when there was a mortgage crisis going on in the United States. That was a slow motion fall of the mortgage market in America, and any time something affects America, it affects everybody else. If you understand that, when you see something shifting in the States, you know you have to sit down and plan what you are going to do to be able to mitigate the impact on Barbadians. It's just like rain. You may not be able to stop it, but good God, if you are governing well, if you understand the needs of people, you are going to get an umbrella. But the Dems don't know how to buy an umbrella or where to find the money to get the umbrella. So I remember I attended a function after the mortgage crisis was beginning to flow. And we were in opposition at the time. And I was going to a function and I sat next to one of their ministers. So just making conversation, I said to him, I said, so tell me, y'all are meeting around the mortgage crisis, you're planning, you're looking. The man looked at me puzzled. He said, no. I said, you're not? Well, no. Because he and the rest of them did not see or understand the connection between a collapse of the mortgage market and how it was going to collapse and impact the Barbadian economy. They never made the connection. So they made no provision for an umbrella to shelter you from that rain. That happened back then. But we know it to be true that the Democratic Labour Party does not have a plan for how they're going to raise resources to be able to deliver on the promises that they want to walk about Barbados to make, because of the things that they have said over the past year or two. One of the things that they have been trying to disturb your life with is the borrowing too much money. We got a lot of debt. How are we going to pay that back? We're going to borrow money for this, we're going to borrow money for that, and so on and so forth. So I said to myself, well, this is strange. Because here we are in the deepest hole that they have ever dug for us. They put us in a position where we had 23 downgrades and we could not borrow money on the international market. They put us in so deep a hole that in trying to sort it out, they went and they started to drain the NIS. They started printing money through the central bank and digging a deeper and deeper hole from which they could not get out, because they did not have sense enough to understand or to know that what you have to do is to build economic capacity to get out of the hole. You don't keep digging more debt. So when I heard them, I said, you know something? I wonder if they understand how the two sides of their mouths work. Because every day on the radio, you will hear supporters of the Democratic Labour Party quarreling about the roads, quarreling about the buses, quarreling about this, quarreling about that. And at the same time, when you go and borrow money to provide the sanitation authority trucks, 55 of them, may I let you know, and borrow money to provide electric buses that it can service your area, service St. Andrew, service St. Joseph, service St. Philip, service St. James. They said, y'all should not be borrowing. It's too much money. It's too much debt. I said to myself, you know what? Their intention was for you to continue to stand up by bus stops for hours before we could get home to your children. Their intention was that your garbage could not get picked up for 2 and 3 weeks. And then you would have to be dealing with the odors and dealing with the flies and dealing with the rodents. I do not understand how the two sides of their mouth do not agree around basic common sense. If you're going to fix roads, you have to borrow money. If you do not borrow the money, where else are you going to get it from? So let us say that they decided that that's not what they want to do. The only other way for you to get money to fix roads and to fix schools, etc., is to tax people. That's the only other way. You will have to raise the tax on every single Barbadian, on every single person in this community here, in order to find the money to be able to do all the things that they say need to be done and need to be done now. I want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. I studied international trade policy, and it has always given me an appreciation of what are the strategies and the things that you need to do to manage an economy so that it works for people. And one of the things that I have had the privilege of watching was under Owen Arthur, under Mia Amor Motley, watch the skill of economic strategy to maneuver in difficult circumstances and produce results. We went through COVID. Countries all over the world went through COVID. And if you were following the international news, if you were following regional news, you would know that a lot of leaders had no idea how to tackle COVID, had no idea what they should do or how they should do it. Everybody was trying a thing. And everybody frightened. I know. I used to feel tense all the time, feeling that if I go out and you're out there, you go and get it, and you don't know if you can get it. If your throat scratch you, you wonder if you have it. And it created a lot of tension for people. It was not easy. You know that when COVID tanked our economy, when COVID drove us indoors, when COVID took the lives of people from across this nation, this Barbados Labour Party administration sat and crafted a plan to bring us out safely from COVID and to try to preserve in all of the households the opportunity to at least get a meal. To create an environment in which you could get your mask, you could go and get tested, and that if you were ill, we had prepared a place where we could go and take you and get you well without compromising other Barbadians who were sick in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And our plan worked beautifully because we had strong leadership, we had competent leadership. And so Barbados managed COVID better than most countries across the world. That is a fact. It became a model for people in the UN. The UN spoke about the things that we were doing. And so the ideas that were done here in Barbados, various countries started to copy it, because what you have in Barbados with the Barbados Labour Party is competent government that knows how to manage difficulties and how to manage crises. But the Dems do not. And that is the sad thing, that not knowing what to do or how to do it, they are busy trying to confuse you, trying to tell you that we are not a good government, trying to tell you that we don't know what we're doing, and now want to come and tell you that they can take over the reins of government. In which world? When COVID hit, Barbadians asked themselves the question, what would have happened to us if the Dems had been in office? And every Bajan to a man, whether they were B or D, say, oh Lord, no. Oh God, no. We escaped a bullet when the Barbados Labour Party was able to come to office and were in charge during that period of COVID, during the period of the ashfall, etc. Every Barbadian knew in his or her heart that it was not in our best interest to have the Democratic Labour Party as the government in a time such as this. Now I want to say something to you. With all of our hearts, we wish we could promise you that there's a rose garden ahead. We would love to promise you that there will be no challenging times that this nation will face in the future. But we will not do that. That would not be an honest statement. We do not know what the future holds. But what we do know is that the Barbados Labour Party, the team for the times, the Barbados Labour Party under the leadership of Mia Amor Motley, the Barbados Labour Party with its cabinet has the knowledge, has the experience, has the competency to be able to help manage any crisis that this country will face going forward in the future. And many of you, if you're listening to the news, you understand the rumblings out there that could have an impact on us. And what you want to do is to make sure you are in a safe pair of hands. Now, on what basis am I asking you to do that? I'm not asking you to do that because we are Barrow's party. I'm not asking you to do that because we are Tom Adams' party. I am saying that to you on the basis of our performance. When you want to have surgery, good grief, do you go to a surgeon because that surgeon is so-and-so's son? Do you go to that doctor because he was your schoolmate? Or do you select a doctor based on the illness which you have? You go to the person who has demonstrated over and over and over again competence. That is what you do because your health matters. And I'm saying to you, your future matters. And the only government that can take you safely through this next leg of the journey is the Barbados Labour Party. And that is why Rommel Springer must be on board to be able to continue to play his part, because he's part of the future of the Barbados Labour Party. One of the things that the Barbados Labour Party has always been good at is succession planning. They have their experienced, older, wiser heads, but they always carry with them a group of young people that they mentor, a group of young people that they train, a group of young people that they give opportunities to get experience. Why? Because they have to come and take over and take us into the future. That is what Owen Arthur did that allowed Mia Amor Motley and that team to emerge, because they had a plan for mentoring and for succession planning. Rommel Springer is part of that succession plan. And that's why we ask you to make sure that you give him to the Barbados Labour Party on another occasion. January, when is it? February the 11th. I'm eager for it to come. February 11th is when you need to do the deed. Now, one of the things the Dems recognize that we have built a reputation for performance and competence. And what they have been trying to do is to eat into your confidence about that. They try to scare people about the size of the debt. Well, I'm here to tell you that when we came to office, our debt was $18 billion, 18 billion. As we stand right now, our debt is 15 billion, 15. So despite all the borrowings that we have done, we have also been paying off debt. What is the secret of that? How do you borrow more money and still end up with less debt? It is what you spend the debt on. And let me give you a little piece of financial literacy. If you have a lump sum of money, say $1,000, and you go and you spend it on groceries, you spend it on the hairdresser, you spend it on gas for the car, you spend it on things that are immediately around you, you have killed off that $1,000. It is dead. To meet the next set of bills, you need a fresh set of $1,000. And that is what keeps you one paycheck from poverty. Here is what the people groups that you see that have money, that living high and living well, here is what they do. When they get a lump sum of money, they don't use it on items that will not give them back money. They take that money and they invest it in an activity that will turn the $1,000 into $3,000. That will turn the $3,000 into $9,000. That will turn the $9,000 into $30,000. Taking that lump sum and putting it in something that turns over more money for you is the way to build wealth. You have to do the same thing with a nation. When you borrow money, you have to take it and invest it in the areas of your economy that will help turn over more money for you. Because when you turn over the more money, then you can pay the bills. Then you can pay off the loan at the bank. Then you can make sure that the utilities are always on. But part of our challenge is that, one, we were never taught that this was one of the ways to deal with and manage poverty. And secondly, sometimes even if we know it, we are so anxious about feeling pressure on our finances, we want to skip the step of using money to turn it over. And once it is turning over, then you take the excess from it and you use it then to take care of the things that cannot make back money for you. It is a very simple formula. So what we did with all that money that we borrowed, when you read the red record, you will see from A to Z where all your money has gone. What are the things that we spent money on? This record holds over 140 items of things that we have done since coming to office that has helped to transform the economy of Barbados. How do we know it is transformed? We heard the central bank governor. We are now at 18 quarters of sustained growth in this country. During the last decade, the Dems struggled to give you even a 2% of growth. Most of the time, they had the economy underwater because when faced with a challenge, they did not know how to get us out. They didn't know. And then, what we did was, it was three things that we were doing with the money that we borrowed. There were some urgent things that were affecting your daily lives, like garbage, like buses, like pensions, like making sure you get your reverse tax credit. Why? Because our people were feeling the squeeze every day. So you had to ease some of the squeeze. Then there were some major things, major goods that had to be changed. Goods that we had put down more than 40 years ago, like the pipes that bring in water to your house. Like roads and bridges. So money had to be invested in those to repair the infrastructure of the country so that the country could run efficiently. But that had a dual purpose. It was not only to give you a smooth road. It was not only to help your government services to work better for you. It was to make Barbados a place that was attractive enough that it works well because it has the roads, it has the telecoms, it has all of the services that a business would need, and therefore we're able to attract investment. And you heard the Prime Minister tonight. 9 hotels. But that is not all. There are businesses coming in a number of other sectors that will start here in Barbados that will provide jobs for you, but they will only come if the country works. So part of that investment, part of those loans was to lay the foundation for us to attract people that can give you good paying jobs right here in this community. And then there were the big items: tourism, agriculture, education, health, all of those things. Now, we had to put money in, and those things will help us to make money. We are investing a lot of money in education, but let me tell you where we want to take education. Our children must have education free, all the way up to tertiary. That's something that we hold dear to our hearts. But what we want to do is to build sufficient capacity in education that we can sell education services to people in the region, that we can attract people from overseas. So when they come and they spend money on education here in Barbados, it will help us to always keep education free for you. That is because we know and understand how to run a government and how to get resources to make things happen and to grow this economy. Now, I'm going to leave you at this point because other speakers are coming. But I want to say to you, don't let anybody bamboozle you this season. This is no silly season because this is no time for a silly decision. I want you to get your hands on this book. Get on your phone and download it. Read from A to Z all the things that we have done. Put it up against the record of the Democratic Labour Party, and you will not find in their record anything that comes even close to the performance of the Barbados Labour Party. Going forward, you are going to be in safe hands. So we ask you, respectfully, on February the 11th, go out and vote for your future. Vote for your children. Vote for your neighbor. Vote for your senior parents. Vote for the working class people. Vote for the business people. Get out there and put your ex next to Rommel Springer. And make sure that we bring home the seat. Make sure that we have the government with the team for the times that can maneuver us through all the difficult situations and at the same time keep transforming and bringing the country to glory. May God bless you all. I'm happy to be here. This place feels so peaceful. I have to come out here for a holiday. It really is. So I really appreciate being here, and I look forward to seeing you on the 11th. Good night and God bless.
She is strength and silence. She is truth and stride. She the advocate standing with the people by her side.
leadership for changing times. Because make no mistake, these are changing times. These are times that call for steady hands. These are times that call for experience. These are times that call for leadership that does not panic when things get hard. These are times that call for leadership that stands firm and leads. We've heard Comrade Husband speak about the Red Record. And I want to read from the Red Record the part that speaks about cost of living. So when they come to tell you about cost of living, I want you to tell them that cost of living is rising around the world. When they come to tell you that they're going to remove VAT, I want you to tell them that the Barbados Labour Party has removed VAT from a basket of healthy foods and baby foods and expanded the list of no VAT items in the basket to promote affordability and wellness. It is at page 18 of the Red Record. Now our next speaker, and do we have any Josephines in the house? This next speaker represents the future of our leadership. A young, new candidate, but definitely not new to service. Ryan understands hard work. He understands his community. And most importantly, he understands his people. Humble, approachable, and committed to service, he believes that representation must be felt and not only spoken about. Now please help me to welcome the candidate for St. Joseph, Mr. Ryan Brathwaite.
Bradford, 14B, we 14 Bradford, 14B, we 14 Bradford, we 14 Bradford. Cause it's only one man we need to run the show. Ryan Bradford will take the load right. He can take the load right. Barbados red and ready to go. One place that I put in my vote. My gosh, all we need is one more X in the box. So we vote in Bradford, St. Joseph red.
Good night, Orange Hill. Good night to my BLP family. I bring greetings tonight from the good people of St. Joseph. Some of whom are here with me. Make yourself known, St. Joseph. It is indeed an honor to endorse my comrade and my friend, Dr. Rommel Springer. And though we may be different individuals, we are still very much the same because St. Andrew and St. Joseph experience some of the same issues. As a matter of fact, I believe that if St. Joseph sneezes, St. Andrew will catch a cold. But as we share several borders, we not only share borders, but we share families. We share constituents. And Comrade Husbands, just a few moments ago, spoke about succession planning. And I believe both Rommel and myself, we have benefited from that succession planning. And we share similar paths because similar to when Rommel was successful in 2022, that marked a generational shift of leadership. And this is exactly what we are experiencing in St. Joseph this election. Both of us are succeeding men who are legends in their own right in terms of representation in their respective constituencies. His being George Payne and I being Dale Marshall. And we know the relationship that our predecessors had. And I say to you, Rommel, the time is now for us to have that same type of relationship. That we support each other, not just in the work that we plan to do in our respective constituencies, but certainly as we, the next generation of BLP leadership, would seek to take this country forward. And given the mentorship that I know Mr. George Payne has provided to Romel, I know that if he's taken anything away from George, that he certainly, over the last couple of years, has been an excellent representative to you. And these are the things that I, as a new candidate, will also seek to be, because I, in St. Joseph, has had an excellent representative and excellent mentorship. So, Romel, I look forward to working with you as we both are part of the team for the times. This BLP government has certainly assembled young persons, experienced persons for the times. And I ask you, Orange Hill, I ask you, St. Andrew, to give us Romel Springer. Put him to work and let him continue to work for your interests. Because he has been working. And I am not, although I'm a new candidate, I'm not new to working and working with the Labour Party. And throughout the last couple of months, especially in the last months, as we've experienced challenges in St. Joseph, whenever there's a challenge, Romel was there, and I was there next to him. Romel, you remember as we toured Lanes Bridge for the first time. When we had and we have work going on at Airy Hill, you were there, and I would have been there right next to you. Melvin's Bridge, for which the work is about to start Monday coming. These are all times that I was there right next to you, Romel. I have no doubt, Dr. Springer, that when February 11th comes, that I will be there next to you. We also share something that is very special. We are both within the belly of the Scotland District. And we all know that the Scotland District, due to its topography, has various challenges. The reality of climate change has exacerbated these challenges. And what has been the response of the Barbados Labour Party? The Barbados Labour Party has invested $230 million into the Scotland District Road Rehabilitation Project. And under that project, roads in St. Joseph were done. Roads in St. Andrew were done. And we know, because we cannot forget, that for 10 years under a former government, no attention at all, no attention was paid to the Scotland District. And we can see right here in Orange Hill that there has been an ongoing effort to rehabilitate Highway C, which obviously begins at the bottom of Greenwich Village, comes all along Orange Hill and Apes Hill. And this was done by the Barbados Labour Party government under our Scotland District Rehabilitation Program. And this Orange Hill section is one of about 16 active rural road projects under this program. And this is obviously aimed at improving infrastructure across our rural parishes of St. Joseph and St. Andrew, also including parts of St. James and St. Peter. And this project is a success and will continue to be a success under this Mayor Motley administration. We have not forgotten that under a former government, the water woes that we faced in this Scotland District. And what do we have today? We have mains being replaced. We have reservoirs being built. And persons who ordinarily would not have had access to a reliable water supply, and I can speak to this because I know this, I have lived it. In St. Joseph and St. Andrew, we can now boast of having a more reliable water supply. And we're not saying that things are perfect, because we recognize that there's still work to be done. There's still progress to be had. But I use the analogy of sharing food. We all have to wait on our share. We're going to get there. We're going to get a piece of the pie. But all of us cannot get it at the same time. And I'm asking you to be patient, because your time also too will come. And as I spoke about roads earlier, we know that in St. Andrew, work has been completed at King Street, so that persons like Melvin, the neighborhood mechanic, and local shopkeepers can continue to earn a living, and they don't have to be, persons coming to their establishments don't have to be discouraged because the road is so bad. Moores Hill, Coggins Hill, and I thank you for Coggins Hill, because you're on the right and I'm on the left, Dr. Rommel Springer. So too, my constituents have felt as though we have gotten some roadworks done in a parish in the Scotland district that has been neglected or was neglected by a former government. White Hill, phase 1 and 2 road improvements. A smooth road. I drove through White Hill a couple weeks ago. The people at Shorey Village, extensive road repairs. The buses can now ride smoothly. And soon enough, just like Melvin's Bridge, Brucefield Bridge will be completed. And I'm speaking to these achievements because we have to understand that the Barbados Labour Party has been working every single day for the members of the Scotland District. When we go down to Ermey-Bourne Highway, we can see the construction down there. And of course, that highway takes us from St. Andrew into St. Joseph. And I'm sure that my constituents in Cattle will be happy, will be proud when that project is completed later this year. So this government has reminded the persons and constituents of rural districts, of the rural parishes of St. Joseph and St. Andrew, that you too deserve a piece of the pie. When I say to my constituents in St. Joseph that more work has been done in St. Joseph over the last 7 years by this government, more than any other government since independence. And I am sure that you too in St. Andrew will agree, and you can sing from that same hymn sheet. When I speak, I want every single person to hear what I am saying clearly. We cannot forget the incompetence of the Democratic Labour Party. We should remember that when the Barbados Labour Party came to government in 2018, we were spending 68 cents out of every dollar in debt. Money that could have been used to repair these same roads. Money that could have been used to refurbish our clinics. Money that could have been used to repair our schools. And the Barbados Labour Party put our hands to the plow. We put our hands to the plow so that today we are spending 30 cents out of each dollar. What does that mean in simple terms? There's more money now to provide the amenities that we in the Scotland District deserve. So that is why we're seeing roads. That is why we're seeing our schools repaired. That is why we're getting community centers and pavilions. We cannot forget that for 10 years before 2018, we could not have reliable transportation. No buses were purchased. We cannot forget that. And this party, this great Barbados Labour Party invested in our transportation and made sure that we can now buy 121 new buses to service us here in the Scotland district. And we have not forgotten that garbage collection, our garbage was piling on the streets. In St. Joseph, we had to put skips on the road just to make sure that the dogs and the rats and everything else would not destroy and tear the garbage all over the place. And the Barbados Labour Party came to you, and over the last 7 years, invested in reliable garbage trucks that know your garbage can be collected every other day. And I speak to the young people tonight because you too cannot and should not forget that when opportunity to learn through free university education in this country was taken away from you, it was this Barbados Labour Party that came to you and said, no, we have to invest in our young people and we have to educate them. And we put free university education back in place for you, for the benefit of working class people such as myself. So when we speak, we have to speak with confidence of our track record. And you heard other comrades speak of the red record A to Z, and I encourage you to get a copy. Because from A to Z, you will see promises that have been kept. Not things that we just say willy-nilly and then revisit them in another 5 years. Promises that have been kept. And this is how this party operates. And this is how this party will continue to operate. Because when we come to you and we say that we will do X, Y, Z, you have to hold us accountable. We have to hold ourselves accountable. We are presenting to you a team for the times. And it is that team for the times that brought our national debt to 99% of GDP, since it was a towering 178%. We have a leader who is fit for a purpose, who you see, who you hear, who other countries would want to be their prime minister. When you go to the doctor, if you have to get a surgery, you don't want a plumber or a carpenter to do the surgery for you. You want somebody who is fit for a purpose, who knows exactly what they are doing, and who will save your life. And this election is exactly about that. This election is about choosing a team and choosing a leader who is fit for purpose, who knows how to get the job done, and who has demonstrated not only locally, regionally, and internationally that she is world class. This is the choice that we have to make. And to me, the choice is a simple one. We have a leader that after coming to government in 2018, after the previous government presided over 24 successive downgrades, we were at the brink. We were considered junk. And the Barbados Labour Party went to work. And 11 consecutive upgrades, bringing this country back to a state of respectability. This is a leader for the times. This is a team for the times. So when I come here tonight to endorse Dr. Rommel Springer, I am not here to make empty promises to you. I'm speaking about a man who has been a part of a team, who has delivered for Barbadians, who has delivered for his constituents in St. Andrew, who has delivered for young people. And when you see Rommel, you always see him with young people around him. This is the type of leadership that needs to continue. This is the type of leadership that I aspire to. Give us Rommel Springer. Put him to work. Because we recognize that progress is not just about theory, it's not a theoretical thing. Progress is about seeing tangible results. And I know that you have seen tangible results in St. Andrew. I have seen tangible results in my constituency of St. Joseph. We will continue to see tangible results. We will continue to move forward. We will continue to be the envy. But we can only do that. We can only do that if we vote. If we vote for the Barbados Labour Party and for Rommel Springer. Now, as with any representative, as with any MP, some persons may get vexed because they may not always get what they want, or they may not have always gotten the job that they want, or their road may not have been done in a time that they may have wanted it to be done. But that is all part of progress. As I said before, we're not going to get everything at the same time. We are not going to get it at the same time. But we have to be patient. We have to be patient. I want to say to you, this Barbados Labour Party government believes in its young people. This is a Barbados Labour Party government that made me, at 30 years old, the chairman of the Barbados National Standards Institution. And this is an important organization because it is an organization that produces national standards, helping us to increase our competitiveness in trade, regional trade, international trade. And this Barbados Labour Party government said to you, they're going to give young people a seat at the table so that we can make decisions that impact our future, so that we can make decisions that will impact future generations. This is the same Barbados Labour Party that assembled a team of young people, including Rommel Springer. And I'm saying to you that on February 11th, you have to give us a chance. You have to give new leadership in this country a chance. You have to give us the opportunity to prove to you that we as young men, we as young people can work for you and we can get the job done. So I am pleading with you, on February 11th, rise at dawn, 6 a.m., be the first at the polling station and make your vote count. Make your vote count. There's no ballot box that opens with ballots in it. So we have to make sure that when the votes are counted, that St. Andrew remains red. We plan to do it in St. Joseph, but I want you to make sure that from the top to the bottom, we are just seeing red, red, red. And all you are hearing is Springer. 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 Put Rommel Springer back to work. Put him back to work on your behalf, Orange Hill. Put him back to work on your behalf, St. Joseph, so that I can walk up the steps of Parliament with my friend. We can walk together and we will continue the relationship, that good relationship between St. Andrew and St. Joseph, as we ascend the steps of Parliament together. God bless you, St. Andrew. God bless you, Orange Hill. And God bless the Barbados Labour Party.
BLP, give me a little bit more. Whatever the problem we're in solving, BLP leads, you know we succeeding. Vote after vote, we cast and leaving
them in the past. People asking how many seats we win in this year. How many times them can get unfair. Brian Bradford always prepare. So put your right flags up in the air. We voting, pass it, we voting. 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 We voting, pass it. We voting, pass it.
Woo! A sea of red. Promises made, promises kept. I encourage every one of you here tonight and online to get a copy of the Red Record. I have a copy of the Red Record, and this book is so sweet. I must read from it from tonight. Ryan spoke about the infrastructure, and in this Red Record it says, climate-proof and resilient infrastructure is a BLP priority. And everyone here tonight can attest to that. With the many roads that have been completed in the parishes of St. Joseph and St. Andrew. That's why I love to say, when Labour leads, Barbados succeed. We all succeed. It is proven. And when you get your copy of the Red Record with the A to C promises, you will definitely see that promises made are promises kept. The Barbados Labour Party leadership is proven, tried, and tested. Our next speaker is a skilled individual, skilled in representing his constituency, St. James Central, and representing Barbados on a global stage. He has been a member of the Legislative of Barbados for 21 years. So tonight, let's welcome our comrade, Kerry Simmons.
Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to Kerry Simmons is where you will find me. And the posse doing Dixie. His plans, they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through, so this is what we do. This is what we do.
Rolling, rolling with Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Voting, voting for Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Rolling, rolling with Kerry Simmons.
If we want to get through, this is what we do. Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to
Good night, Orange Hill. Good night, Orange Hill. It was raining last night, but when it's still a little cold, try it again. Good night, Orange Hill. It is a pleasure, it is a privilege to be able to be here tonight to speak on behalf of my brethren, my blood, my spar, my friend Rommel Springer. I want to begin by telling you I do not even know the name of the candidate for the Democratic Labour Party running against Rommel. I do not care, and therefore I hope and pray that you don't know his name too, and that you don't care neither. Just go and do what you gotta do for Rommel on the 11th of February. If a man has come this far in public life and nobody knows much about him, then it suggests, the first thing important is that people gotta know your name. And it suggests he has an uphill battle. But that's his problem. I want to give a brief testimony because when I come out here, I gotta tell you the truth. I can pick up the phone as a member of Parliament for St. James Central. And I can say, Rommel, I got a concern about Bagatelle Road. Tell me when it's likely to start. Give me a little bit of information. I got to talk to people in my constituency that want this thing done, man. And Rommel would tell me, hold on a second. All right, look, let me call you back in a little bit. I can run a check and get back to you. Within half hour, phone ring, Rommel there. If I got a problem in my constituency, Romel, they got a problem with a well that need cleaning and need again some drainage problems. Tell me what part it is, send me a pin. Location pin sent. 2 days later, somebody called me. Mr. Simmons, thank you for sorting out that well. That's the kind of man that he is. And I've been in politics now. Well, you just heard the young lady say 21. She shortchanged me a little bit, but don't mind. It's actually 23 years. And I don't know that I could say that about everybody. I want to tell you that I serve in 2 cabinets of Barbados, and I don't know I could say that about everybody. Romel is a genuine man with a genuine heart and a genuine commitment to look after people. And that's the sort of man that you want to keep putting back into public life and keep putting back into the Parliament of Barbados. Real talk. I did not come here tonight only to speak about Romel. I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the issues. And I promised my friend David Commission, who's over there, that I was going to have a long conversation tonight on this document called the Red Record. And you would have heard Sandra speak to it just now a little bit too. And Ryan, and let me congratulate you, Ryan. You have an obvious ability to put together a well-researched speech, and that is critical. When I compare you as a first-time candidate, ladies and gentlemen, we should feel proud to have a first-time candidate like Ryan Braffett, because what he gave there, Ralph Thor, who been in public life now for 2 terms, could not do. Solid, researched, and accurate. Not all wild, foolish talk, making up things, telling lies, fumbling. Now this here is replacing what used to be called the promises and performance of the government of the Barbados Labour Party. You remember when Tom Adams was your Prime Minister, he would tell you where you get the promises and performance. And when Arthur was Prime Minister, promises and performance. And indeed, we have done a similar thing when Mia was Prime Minister. But we said, no, we can do this thing a little different and call it the Red Record. A to Z, promises kept. A titular change, but substantively the same. What we are telling you is what we did. And if you go through this document, you have here 131, 32 pages of achievements in the course of 7 short years of our administrative life. And I want you to stop a little bit and think, well, how to get all of these achievements in that little bit of time when they had, for 2 years, the country virtually was shut down with COVID. When we had to battle with a volcanic ashfall, even though the country ain't got no volcano. When we had to do repairs for hurricane that struck Barbados, and freak storm, and so many other events. It tells you a story about a government that has been committed to work and has been working and has recommitted and rededicated itself even under the most difficult and trying of times to look out for you. And I say to you, it would be impossible to come here in the Scotland district, which constitutes 1/7 of the landmass of Barbados, which constitutes over 15,000 acres of this country, and not talk to you a little bit about some of the things that are being done in the Scotland district. And one of the things that we have to do is recognize that of the many things done in Scotland district, there's only a little rainfall. Put up the umbrella, enough of them red, so put up the red. There's nothing wrong with the Labour Party putting the red in the air, rep the red. But I was saying to you, among the many things that we have been successful in is the transformation of the agricultural sector in this country. And I want to begin there because I tell people all the time that this man, Kerry Simmons, believes in a few concrete and critical things in politics. And if ever I find myself with a set of people who do not share my view of the same concrete and critical and indispensable things, then me and them can't set horses. Real talk, unapologetic talk. And I'm saying to you that one of the fundamental things that we did in Barbados that needed to be done since this country had been founded. Since this country was a colony discovered, as they say, by the British, even though I know the British discovered it because there were people living here. But that is the European view of history. Was that we have dealt with that critical issue, that indispensable issue of human dignity, where the daughters of this nation, where the mothers of this nation, working in this country's agricultural sector, now have bathroom facilities in the fields in which they work. This didn't now happen. Sorry, this was not now a concern. But we live in a Barbados that is very hypocritical. And we got to deal with these things. We live in a Barbados where people felt it was all right to have modern development in every sector of the country's operation. But the working poor in the agricultural belt of this country, the mothers and daughters of rural Barbados in a field, whether dealing with cassava or potato or cane or whatsoever, are they not human too? And how did they relieve themselves when the day come? How did they deal with the monthly cycle when that come and they're at work? And Prime Minister after Prime Minister after Prime Minister in both administrations, let us be real, we're not able to bring this problem or wrestle it to the ground. This Barbados Labour Party administration is the administration that has done so. And tonight, in any field that you go around in Barbados, you will find that this government has made sure that we now have these portable bathroom facilities and lunchroom facilities, and they are equipped with Wi-Fi so that the people in the agricultural sector are no longer second-class citizens living without dignity in the land of their birth. Read the Red Record. That is at the first set of pages. And you know, somebody told me the other night that it sounded good to him, but he didn't know how to get his hand on it. And let me say, we are going to print another 10,000 or so copies. And the truth of the matter is, it is available online. I said that to him, and he told me, Women's Minister, you're sending me to look for this here now. I don't know if I got time to look for it. And I was very real with him. I told him, but Star, if you were looking for porn, yeah, they can go online and find it. If you was looking for a fete at Quapova, yeah, they can go online and find it. If it matters to you, you will go and find it. And as a Barbadian bred and born, and you've got a chance to make a choice in this country, let us be real. Let us assume some personal responsibility. Because you're being told every day well, the government ain't doing nothing. But you know in your heart of heart that the government has done a lot. So, yes, we can print more copies. But online too. And let me do now some sensible things online rather than just do the things that give us intense amusement and pleasure as the night lengthens and the dawn approaches. Now, I go back to the Red Record, and I'm talking to you about agriculture. And you know, it makes another very important point that we've introduced National Agricultural Water Rate of $1 per cubic meter, significantly reducing costs for our farmers who previously paid $2.66 per cubic meter. And what does that mean? That means that we brought down the cost of water and irrigation to the farming community in Barbados so as to make them put them in a position where they can do what they must do to produce food for you, to help us offset a food import bill, which runs as high as $8 billion with a B dollars every year. So we put our farmers in a position now where they can deliver food to the tables of Barbadians and help you reduce the cost of living. Now I want to say to you, when you hear the Democratic Labour Party talk, you get the impression that there's some magic wand that you wave on this matter of cost of living. Folks, let us be very real, very genuine tonight. When I listen to the big man up in the north, in Washington, D.C., every speech that he making now, he uses the word affordability. Well, not every speech, because sometimes he speaks about the immigrant community. And other times he speaks about matters of war. But when he talking to people about the economy of the United States, he talks about affordability. And affordability is just another way of saying cost of living, what you can afford. It is an issue in the United States. And what did we do as a government? Because you need to remember that it was only a couple months ago that the same man in the north, the same big man in the north, said to the world, look, if y'all going to let product come through the American ports, wherever the American ports might be, on a ship that made in China, you're going to pay 300% duty on it. In other words, by 3 times the amount that you would normally pay on duty. And me and Motley got on a plane. They like to ask why we fly boat. We flew boat in order to go and speak to the Secretary of State of the United States of America to make a case on behalf of the people of Barbados and by extension the people of the Caribbean. And said to them, but Skipper, let me be real, man. If a ship leaves somewhere out in the Pacific to bring a refrigerator, to bring television, to bring washing machine, to bring in the consumer durables that we, the people of Barbados, know we got in our house, and Ralph Thorne got them in his house too. Don't mind that he get on as though he ain't know what going down. He's power hungry. That's what it is. Can't face the realities. We know that the ship got to dock. First of all, it ain't sailing direct to Barbados. Most of these things pass through many ports. Even when the product is produced in the United States, very often when them things coming down here, they stop off in Puerto Rico first. The ship don't sail straight to Barbados. It stop off in the U.S. Virgin Islands first. And every successive American port, with USVI is American, Puerto Rico is American. Every port and the ship making China is 300% more. And then another 300% more. What would happen when it finally get to Barbados? We would be dead. And we said, but that don't make sense. And respectfully, Mr. Secretary of State of the United States, you got to advise your president that it would be wise to rethink this thing, because you'll be creating bedlam down in the Caribbean. And it is a matter of record now. And I want to thank the American government here, because they heard, they listened, and they responded by putting that one side. But it would never have happened if Mayor Motley did not exercise leadership and get up off of what she sit down pan and put herself in a position to confront an issue that would have crippled the economy of this country. So I don't know how you can want it both ways. She's not supposed to fly out. She's not supposed to engage with the wider world, but at the same time, she's supposed to be in a position to shield you from things that you went sleep the night before and never knew were coming your way. So we go back to the farming community. And we say to you that the farmers of Barbados have now been brought to a position where they are paying, I want to be accurate, $1 per cubic meter. Water rates have gone up all around the world. But in Barbados, for the farmers, we have the lowest water rate in the history of this country since independence, thanks to this Barbados Labour Party government. I want to go further. We have come to the point where we are now doing greenhouse farming in schools. And that means that we are teaching our young people how to do farming and how to raise crops and so on in the greenhouses, a different type of environment, getting past the open field agriculture that we knew about all along, but now introducing new concepts. And in addition to the greenhouse farming, which is now, as I said, teaching about sustainable agriculture and nutrition and helping us get to that level of food security, we are also engaging now with high technology vertical farms. I want you to understand what I mean. Because you're bringing technology to an industry that has always been treated as one of the fundamentals of Barbados, but yet still not moving at the pace of all the others. We all know that we have eat and got food security in this country. We all know that. But when you ask what evidence are you seeing about making our agriculture sector more resilient, more able to cater for the people of Barbados, look back at what has happened. Never before have we been teaching our people at secondary school. Right in down the hill there, past Greenwich Village, you will get to Frederick Smith Secondary in my constituency. But that is one of the places for Greenhouse. Right now they got one at Lodge School, putting them all around the island. Part of the curriculum now is to take our young people and engage them there. And then you go into different parts of the island. And we are saying that, say, for example, in the industrial parks, where you got buildings that are empty, that we can now use those places for vertical farming. So that you can now bring temperature control environment to farming. So that you don't have to look at a large acreage of land, but that you just use technology and you go up tier after tier after tier of the crops. And that this little rock with an abundance of sunshine that was not suitable to grow some of the things that grow in Europe is now able to start producing things that we had to import from America and from Europe and from Canada, because we can now be in a position to grow something like strawberries in Barbados, and doing it successfully and putting us in a position to earn foreign exchange by selling them into the Caribbean, as opposed to the Caribbean people buying it from Canada or wherever else they were. So we are interrupting that business flow for the benefit of the working class farming community in Barbados, who are now becoming foreign exchange earners, are on a trajectory to do that which they never were able to do before in the history of this country, thanks to the Barbados Labour Party, man. And if you doubted me, remember what the central bank governor told you only a couple of days ago. The agriculture in Barbados has grown by 13%. When have you ever heard that figure associated with agricultural growth in Barbados? 13% growth. Not even in Guyana are they seeing that level of growth in agriculture. Not even there. It is a record of transformation. And then there's this. Oh, Lord, give me strength. There's this excuse for a human being in the Democratic Labour Party by the name of David Eswick, who was himself a Minister of Agriculture and was a failure. A man who, far from being able to get water to the farming community in Barbados at $1 per cubic foot, presided over a situation at Grandview Reservoir in St. Michael, where a contract was put in place for repairs of that reservoir for $6 million. And he, Eswick, who parades himself as a financial genius on the platform of the Democratic Labour Party, when a memory's short, I can refresh it for you. Because he is the person who presided over that contract for $6 million, not being finished, but the contractor. Let me make it easy for you. Pretend that you were the government. You give me as a contractor a contract for $6 million to do work on a reservoir I can't get him do. But I assign the contract to somebody else without telling the Ministry of Finance, and that the new price is $24 million. That happened under the Democratic Labour Party while Eswick was the minister. And then they had to turn around and pay 7.5 or 7.8%, whatever it was, on top of that. You understand what we're talking about? That when all said and done, a contract that was a $6 million contract run up in $30-somebody million. And this financial genius, every night on a platform. I ain't got nothing personal against the man, but I feel that if I was he, and I look in the mirror every morning and recognize that I am nothing but an empty-headed individual, that I would decide either to rent out my head as an unfurnished apartment or abandon public life. That's what he would do, David Eswick. Why can't I understand it? I don't know what, I've said it in St. Joseph last night, I do not know what useful purpose he now serves in the Democratic Labour Party, apart from calling the ladies of the Labour Party whores and prostitutes. What purpose does he serve? He's close to 70, so he only increases the average age of the candidates, while at the same time he reduces the level of intelligence on average of the candidates. I don't know what useful purpose the man serves. I'm not here to digress. I want to go back to the red record, because this record also speaks about the introduction of the new approaches to specialized training for local butchers. And you might see that in writing and ask, well, what's the significance of that, Senior Minister? Well, the significance of that is that we have a tourism sector. If it is to work at optimal capacity, our tourism sector should not be importing everything from out of the United States or England or Canada or wherever in the world. It should be getting the food we need for our restaurants, the food we need for our hotels, right from here in Barbados or in this region. But as tourism minister, or former tourism minister, I could tell you that every month we see the applications coming from the big hotels. They want special cuts of lamb, special cuts of steak, special cuts of this and that. And we said to them, but what is the significance of the special cut? And they said, well, this is a 5-star property, and we therefore can't got a piece of meat that is a chunk. It has to have a certain cut to it, and it got to have, if it is steak, it got to be, oh God, I can't remember the term that they use now, marbled in a certain way, and so on and so forth. But our butchers were never trained. All through the years we had tourism, and all through the years at the same time we had agriculture. But you know anybody, including James Paul, who know everything about agriculture but can't get nothing to do. And I have to thank him, because last night he stood on the platform and told the whole world that they should vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Huh? But they never brought the two sectors together as we have now done, so that we are training butchers so that they can provide the right cuts, the specialty cuts in our tourism sector, so as to put the hotels and the restaurants now in a position that they can't got no more excuse. Now they got to buy the things that are Barbadian produced. And let us now make sure that we have a circular economy, saving foreign exchange, empowering the farming community of rural Barbados, while at the same time satisfying the appetite of the tourism sector of Barbados. For the first time in Barbados, that is being done. That is the record that we have. It is a record about which we can be proud. It is a record we run on. And people like Eswick and Thorne have a record to run from. I want to say to you as well that we can't seriously talk about this without also recognizing how we have empowered some young people in this country and give them an opportunity to own their own business. And tomorrow night, when we unveil the manifesto, we have special treats for you. Meet us in Golden Square. Come down in your numbers, because this thing about empowering ordinary black people from in the villages of Barbados in order to make them entrepreneurs, and to give them the skills and the talents to lift themselves up and to be able to go to export level, is now being taken to yet another platform. When we started on the journey with the Barbados Trust Fund, we were told by the Dems, well, you can't just come and get ordinary people money so they ain't got no collateral. What are you giving? What are you loaning them against? And we said, but that's foolishness. Because when a foreigner come here that you ain't know nothing about, and he sets up and he says, I want to have a meeting with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. I want to have a meeting with the Minister of Tourism. I want to have a meeting with the Minister of Energy. And then he sits down in front of us and says, listen, I have $100 million to invest, but my company will not invest it unless we can get some concessions for taxes. And what has happened throughout the history of this country? Every administration, bar none, has engaged in the discussions and said, well, look, we can't ease all the taxes. We got to work out something. You got to pay a little something. The only exception to that is when the Democrat Labour Party gave Sanders everything for 25 years, and then for the next 15 years, they're going to pay half the taxes. But for 25 years, Sanders will pay no taxes at all, at all, at all. And then another 15 years, nothing, only one half. I want you to think about that, because that is nearly a lifetime without paying taxes. And nobody but here has benefited from that approach. So we say, no, we can trust people like you. We did what no other government has done before, and say we can trust people like you. And because I was minister responsible for a while, I can tell you that as I look into this crowd tonight, I see people who are associated with and have benefited from the Trust Fund Limited in Barbados. A little vexed with someone one or two, because really and truly, by now, y'all should got a couple, you get your business going. Now is the time now to show your innovation. Come when you got the Labour Party meetings, bring out the popcorn machine, or bring out some other thing, so that you can make a little dollar on the side. The Labour Party is here to help you make a dollar. We are not like the girl who running, I can't even remember where she running now, but she named Dawn Marie something, who is online selling blue shirts and blue skirts and blue hats, and saying that you're going to pay down a deposit in order to get something that blue if you want to support the Democratic Labour Party. We're not like that. Huh? And she will get vexed with me as she did before, and she will want to abuse me. I don't mind my skin tick. I don't care how much they abuse me, frankly. I am told before that she said that if she had anything to do with me, if she was my wife or anything, so that she would put poison in my tea. And I believe that if I wake up in the morning and I was to see her next to me, I would drink it. The lady fall down. You all right, darling? Oh, Lord. But no. But this is what we are doing. We are trying to uplift you all. And I want you to come down to Golden Square tonight when we unveil tomorrow night when we unveil the manifesto. Because the manifesto is real. It is about taking this development to the next step of entrepreneurial opportunity in Barbados. To make sure that the ordinary man and woman in Barbados has his hand held as he goes through all the challenges and pitfalls of being an entrepreneur, a small businessman. And we know that there are challenges. You're going to know the law. You need to go be able to do the accounting. You're going to market your product. You're going to be able to get your product now to a certain level of standards. This red book in agriculture section talks about standards in agriculture. And why is it important? We have begun the process of working with the farmers in Barbados, and indeed we have begun the process of working with all entrepreneurs in Barbados about this issue of standards. And why? Because we want you to get to the level of being able to export. That should be the dream of every business person in Barbados, you know. Gregory Nichols will speak on this platform tonight, and I believe Gregory has practiced law overseas. I have practiced law across the Caribbean. I have practiced law representing Canada, European Union. I have. I don't say that to boast. I'm saying that to say to you, you must all see yourselves as being able to earn foreign exchange. The reason why we have fixed all the fish markets in Barbados, not only because we like the fisher folk, not only because we want to see them develop, but we want to put them in a position where there are no what you call sanitary and phytosanitary obstacles. A fancy way of saying that, look, when you selling fish, you're going to make sure that the temperature remains pretty much the same. And we know they're coming off the ice boat, and you go down to room temperature. And then you bone it and so on in room temperature and scale it, and then you put it on ice again. The European community says, no, we don't like that. We ain't so sure that that is how you should treat a protein and that the protein will be safe. That's Europe's standard. We can't do nothing about that. But you know what they also said? If y'all could get it right, we would buy all the fish that Barbados can provide. So therefore, we fix the fish markets so as to put ourselves in a position where we can export to countries outside of Barbados. And for the first time in the history of this country, this government you have a government that is taking the fishing community to that level. We should be in a position where every cruise ship that land here, that dock here, can be provisioned by Barbadian fish. We should be in a position where every cruise ship that dock here could be provisioned, because you got to feed 5,000 people on board that cruise ship. And you got plenty chicken. According to the central bank governor, the poultry industry and the pork industry just grew by 3% or 4%. So therefore, let us look now to transform those farmers into foreign exchange earners. That is where we have to go. But the only platform in this country that is speaking this language to you is the Barbados Labour Party's platform. Well, because we got something to think about, we got plans, we got policies to run on. And when you hear a man come outside of an excuse that he might be drunk, only to talk about the fact that he believes people are whores and prostitutes, it tells you that there's nothing over there, nothing of substance. And then, educational transformation. Well, you would have heard Sandra Husbands tonight. I don't know how much time I got, but I want to say briefly. Are you going to signal me? Are you good? Are you good? No problem. We're going down the road. But lift high now. You would have heard Sandra Husbands tonight. And I believe Chad Blackman should have spoken here as well on education. And this party, this government, has committed itself to the transformation of education in the interest of your children and mine. And I would not be part of it because I got a little child that still ain't do get to 11 plus yet. But I want to say to you that what we have to look at is what is the statistical data telling you. We have a country, my friends, where for the last perhaps 30 years, 40 years, 30 or 40% of the children who go and do an 11 plus, by time they get to fifth form, are leaving fifth form with less than 2 or 3 certificates. You understand what I'm telling you? 40% of your children, Barbados, are leaving secondary school with less than 3 certificates. Well, now where in the name of God are they going to find work? And how do we solve that problem? Because you see the level of crime in the country, unless we realize that the day has now come where we have to make sure that our young people are properly qualified and are able to deal with the new world. And what is that new world? The world where artificial intelligence and robotics is controlling everything. And I want you to understand what I'm telling you. I have sat in a hotel overseas and I hear a knock at my hotel door, room door, and I go and peek through the peephole and I can't see nothing. But the thing knocking, so I open the door and there's a robot about sit also at my door. And the robot, it tell me it come to clean. Why never seen that so in my life? And it roll in and it start to clean the room. That's what's happening in America. And if it happening up there, believe thou me, it will come here too. And what then do we do about the room attendants in all the hotels in Barbados? We have to be prepared for the oncoming technology and to prepare our people, not just to consume technology, but in order to master it and use it for our own purposes and our own interests in defense of the future of our economy. It can't be good enough, and you all see it. And this was got me vexed. You let Ralph Thorne play with your head. Y'all go away. When it's got to America, you know in New York City now, there's McDonald's and Burger King, and don't play, don't go and eat it. And when you drive up at the drive-thru, a robotic arm just come and take the money from you. And when you go up to the next window, a robotic arm is handing you a hamburger and a milkshake. That is happening there. So what you can expect to happen down here? And we have now to move this country to the place where we are retraining, and you heard Sandra tonight, reskilling our people that they are competent in all of the technologies, and that they must know if they can got robots in the country and automation in the country, or people must be able to use the automation, must be able to repair the robot, must be able to write programs, must be able to do whatever is necessary. It cannot be that we continue to see ourselves only as we were in 1966 when it is 2026, my friends. Now, they've signaled to me that I got to stop, and as I was telling you, when I get into the floor, quite frankly, I see a vision for Barbados. And I share a vision for Barbados with Mia Motley. And we're going to unveil that vision for you tomorrow night in Golden Square. I beg all you want to do, come down, bring your friends, bring your family. Block Bridgetown. Not because I want Bridgetown to look full of red. I do. But I want Bridgetown to be full of Barbadians who are opening their ears, their minds, their ambitions to what the future of this country must be like. I have great confidence that we can do great things, but we can only do great things if we turn our backs to the nonsense that is coming off of opposition platforms in this country and repose our faith and our confidence in a political leader and in a party who has proven itself, has been tested through the most difficult of times. When America was fumbling and failing in the fight against COVID, Barbados was succeeding. When Great Britain went through 5 different prime ministers during COVID, Barbados had one. Why are we afraid to accept our ability to have been able to achieve more than great powers were able to achieve? Why do you see yourself as being diminished people because Ralph Thorne and that bunch of buffoons pumped that into your head, facilitated by some on the call-in programs up to today? I heard it. My friends, we are better than this. Meet me at Golden Square. Good night and God bless you.
Rolling with Carrie Simmons. This is what we do. Voting for Carrie Simmons. This is what we do. Rolling with Carrie Simmons. If we want to get through, this is what we do. Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to Carrie Simmons is where you will find me. And the bossy doing Dixie, his plans they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through, so this is what we do. This is what we do. Rolling with
Thank you, Carrie Simmons. The Barbados Labour Party is about Bajan strong. All the things that our comrade Carrie spoke about shows that the Barbados Labour Party is a government of action, a government of results, a government of strong leadership. The next speaker, he is always there, always working. He knows about his community because he from about here. He knows what he's talking about and what has to be done within his community. He doesn't make up things to talk about because he wants to be relevant. He doesn't spread wrong information. He attends almost every sporting and social activity in this constituency. So much so, I say to myself, this man doesn't rest. I see him at football, cricket, netball, road tennis. I see him in the churches, the schools. I mean, you could even find this man in the gully at crab night when we outside crabbing. The thing about this man is that you don't have to go peep him to see him. He always there. He always working. Our next speaker is a native of Orange Hill. He is one of we. He is one of we. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our next speaker, Dr. Romel
LP to the
Springer.
world. Wanna done know the program? We voting for Dr. Romel Springer, BLP to the world. Come on, Springer.
One eyeball.
Come on, Springer.
Them's no go pee.
When it can be worse. Peeping, everybody peeping. Them like too much peeping.
We voting for Dr. Romel Springer.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peep. You know got to peep, you know got to peep. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peep.
BLP is a party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peep. You know got to peep. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peep.
When you will see round for one star we. BLP is the code, and Romel is the man for the vote. Call the Dems taking things for joke. Nothing they be putting down poor people throat. The Dems now gonna beat where we out. When you see Romel Springer step out, St. Andrew don't know what we bout. When we touch road, we just run every route.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peep. You know got to peep, you know got to peep. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peep.
BLP is a party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peep. You know got to peep. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peep.
The people not Springer now. When Romel land, everything get done up. All of the racers ready and rev up. They don't go peep anytime Springer pull up. Every Saturday.
Good night to my BLP, Orange Hill, St. Andrew family. You know, when I first spoke to you here on this very same platform in 2022, I asked you to repose your confidence in me. I know that I was about to step into the shoes of a giant, not in size, but in terms of his contribution to this constituency, in terms of his contribution to this country. And although I was not certain that I could fill those shoes, I nevertheless accepted the challenge and decided that I would give it my best. I would give it my all. So, ladies and gentlemen, Conrads all, tonight, my role here is simple. I want to report to you, the good people here in Orange Hill, on my time as a representative. The things that I was able to accomplish, and in some cases, the reason why certain things were done. Now, St. Andrew is a sprawling constituency. It's big, it's huge. In fact, every day I meet people who are surprised by the extent of the borders of this constituency, extending all the way down to St. Peter, St. Joseph, St. Thomas, down here in St. James, and most parts of St. Andrew. And there's no shortage of problems, no shortage of issues. And because of the geology of St. Andrew, some of those issues and problems are peculiar to certain parts of St. Andrew. And I want to take the time tonight to go through and look at how we as a government have been going about treating to the various problems that impact St. Andrew. One by one and bit by bit, we have been addressing issues. For the first time in many years, the Scotland District, lots of attention and love is being shown to the Scotland District. Now, I heard some man that just came out of nowhere last year and decided that he is so in love
with all of us here in St. Andrew, that he wants to marry us and take us back home to town, where he came from. Heard him on the radio saying that St. Andrew is feeling neglected. And I had to pause and ask myself, how can St. Andrew be made to feel neglected certainly by this representative, when for all the duration of time that I was here, St. Andrew was a construction site. Work was ongoing in St. Andrew from the time I started, and to this very day, if you had gotten here earlier, you would have seen work going on right there, so where you are standing. And let me start by the work that happened in this community that we're in Orange Hill. We have a road out there. We call it Orange Hill Main Road out here. At work, we call it Highway C. Same place. And just this week, I was talking to my neighbor, and he was telling me that when the work was ongoing outside, he couldn't sleep a wink. He was so excited, just like many of us who live in this community, who know that that road would have started almost 30 years ago. That road started and stopped. And we were forced to drive on a road that was unsafe, forced to drive on a road that was dangerous. No sidewalks, no slip and curb, no drainage, no nothing. In fact, there was an open drain right there by the supermarket. Those of you from Orange know what I'm talking about. That if you didn't watch your step, you could fall in and land on a piece of steel. And that stood like that for 30 years. I remember walking around with Mr. George Payne and Mr. Ian Goodenedger when he was Minister of Transport, and we looked at that. And I said, all I want is for you to cover this little area here because it was unsafe. But on Tuesday night, after 30 years of waiting, over 30 years of waiting, we finally have the Orange Hill Road being repaired, being paved. I have sidewalks that are now there for children who can walk from Endeavour all the way down to St. Silas Primary, all the way down to the Learning Center, all the way down to Shafet if they feel like. Those are the types of things that we are doing in this community. You can imagine how proud I felt because it was George Payne who started that work, you know. And one of the things that I promised myself, and I probably said it to a few people, is that I wanted to finish that project more than anything else here. I wanted to see that project come to a close. Because I know that George, and he's probably listening right now, would have been proud of me for having completed that task that he had started, but never got the opportunity to finish. But that was just one of the many things that we have done right here in this community that I want to touch on first before I go into the wider St. Andrew communities. Because we have worked right across St. Andrew. You see, infrastructural development is one thing. But just building roads is not enough. Just building sidewalks is not enough. You have to put systems in place and things in place, initiatives in place that bring communities together. Build out sporting infrastructure. So one of the first things that we did when we came in is that we resurfaced the hard court down there so that person could play basketball here in Orange Hill. There were no lights on the playing field. I remember the footballers would come to me often asking for lights. They would call up to the sports council and they would promise me And I would report back. When those lights didn't come, the guys would come back to me and they would call again. And they can tell you that I kept calling and calling until such time as lights appeared right there on that Orange Hill playing field. And now youngsters in this community can play football late into the night. Instead of going and sitting down on the corner, boys can go and have some fun all into the night. And this is the reason why we do things. For the community. And then over on the other side where the hard courts are, the fellas came out to me and said they wanted some road tennis courts. They got the National Sports Council to join some, rough as they were. I'm thankful for them. But when I held my first road tennis tournament here, I was told that our courts were not up to standard. That we needed to upgrade to a standard that will accommodate professional road tennis. And I wanted to see professional road tennis in my community. Because for years we've been playing road tennis. We have some of the best players of road tennis right here in this community. And I wanted to go back to those glory days. But I was told that my court was not up to standard. And what did I do? I reached out to the persons who would know better. And they directed me to a young man that charged me just over $2,000 to repaint the court. I cringed at the cost. I thought it was too high. Until I got to realize that that's the going rate now for a proper professional standard court. But when I saw the response after my first tournament to that court, and persons wanted to come and host tournaments here, and young people passing, I passed on the road and seeing people playing there all hours of the night, I felt it was worth it. And not only worth it, I made the decision that I would not only draw that first one out or paint that first one out, I painted a second one. So we can have all kinds of professional tournaments here. And now Orange Hill has become a mecca for road tennis in the north. There's no professional tournament, road tennis tournament that is not held right here in Orange Hill. When the schoolboys have their tournament, the semifinals were just held here on the 21st. Before that, the Sandy Lane tournament, right there in Orange Hill. All of the major tournaments are coming to Orange Hill because of the quality of the courts that we have here in Orange Hill. And then I also want to speak to little things that make a difference in the lives of the people in this community. If you walk along the main road there, you see some bus shelters. And most persons just saw them show up there and don't know the history or the background behind them. I want to share with my community the background behind those bus shelters because that was a collaborative effort between the Church of God and myself, where the church came to me with a plan, a design, and they said, we want bus shelters. This community needs bus shelters. And they would put some of the money, and I would put some. But like most things, when you go and you look and you see the amount of work that is required, you come to realize that sometimes it's beyond you. So I took it upon myself to ensure that those bus shelters were built in this community. Because they only afford to build 2, but they were built. And now people enjoy them every day to shelter from the rain and the sun. Those are some of the things that we've been doing here in this community. Right here we did a clean and green so that the children here can have some place to play a park. Down by Standard Pavilion, the same thing, we did the same thing. Down there was full of bush and garbage. And we cleared off the garbage down there. I made a lookout. Now you can go there and look down at Chafet and look down on the highway and relax yourself, watch the sunset. Every single day you see people down there enjoying the sunset. All year's night, you should see the amount of cars that were down there watching the fireworks. These are just some of the spaces that we have created here in this community to make sure that persons in this community are cool and relaxed. But we did not stop here in Orange Hill. The work extended into St. Silas. Not only the road works, because they can tell you, the residents of St. Silas, that their road is being done now for the first time in years. But also, in terms of responding to the request of the community, that community down there in St. Silas, phase 2, had reached out to me and said that they were down there living for over 30 years in some cases and never had a single road sign. Everything was just St. Silas phase 2. There were gaps, about 5 or 6 gaps down there, but everything was St. Silas phase 2. And they said, MP, we need signage down here so that when strangers come, we can direct them to our homes. And we set about on a signage program for that community, and now that community has signs, not only signs that we made up, but signs that they came up with as a community, and that they felt represented their community. So those are just some of the things that we're doing even outside the surround this Orange Hill area. And if we look at the schools, if we treat the schools within St. Andrew separately, just look at St. Silas Primary, Anticosta Edwards Primary, because those are the 2 that we worked on recently. The St. Silas Primary School was a hazard for workers down there for some time. There was no fence. Teachers cried out that any day a dog could run in there. Pigs ran through there. Occasionally you get the occasional horse running through there. And they felt it was unsafe. And we moved with haste to build a fence around that school to ensure that children could play out there safely and teachers could work out there safely. And then there was the play park. Somebody put me on social media. And instead of responding with anger and disappointment, we got to work in rebuilding the play park in the school. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the children. And then it was children crossing the road. We felt it was unsafe. And we lobbied for a warden. And now there's a warden there every morning ensuring that our children get in and out of that school safe on mornings and in the afternoon. All these things were done to ensure the safety of not only the residents, but the children especially in this community. We go down into Lancaster. Phase 1. Persons in that community were saying they need a common space for children to play, to let off some steam. And what did we do? We built a play park right there in Lancaster, phase 1. So that children can go there and play, put benches so that adults can go there and relax and chill. And now they have a park. One by one and bit by bit, we have been addressing the issues that impact this community. Events, Sakurama, cricket tournaments. All these are things that we've been doing to ensure that our people are engaged. But as I said, we dealt with community and we dealt with infrastructure. Now I want to extend into the wider St. Andrew area because I know they're listening. They wanted to understand the amount of work that we have put in as we go further into St. Andrew. And I know people in my community sometimes were saying, but you were spending so much time in St. Andrew. Had to spend that time in St. Andrew because the problems that they face are not the problems that we face. Yes, we have a few potholes. Yes, we have a few bad roads. But in St. Andrew, roads were broken away. We could still get home. But in St. Andrew, there were roads that people were cut off. Now, if I could pull out White Hill, if I could pull out King Street, I would give you the history of those roads. Way back in 2014 or so, that White Hill Road collapsed. And there was no shortage of ideas as to how we could go about fixing that road. Because we felt that the people of White Hill deserve to be connected to the people of Hillaby. Because that's where they went to church. That's where some of them left to go to school. Some of them work. But because the road was cut off, they could not get in, they could not get out. Water was often off out there and the truck could not get in. The garbage truck could not get in. The ambulance could not get in. The police, all these essential services could not get in to White Hill easily. So this government made the decision that that road should be fixed. I remember sitting in the company of officers, technical officers, and the decision being made that we should abandon White Hill. They looked to my colleague next to me and I told her, not under my watch. It could never happen under my watch. And we set about from there, dismiss that whole notion that we should abandon that community. We set about going about designing a road. And now today, $7 million later, there's a road leading in to White Hill. A road that connects me here in Orange Hill to my people in St. Joseph. The same road I was dashing going up tonight to go and speak in King Garden at Ryan Braffett's meeting. That would have taken me 15 minutes if I didn't turn around to come back here. So we're not only building roads, we are connecting communities. We're connecting people who've been separated for far too long. And what here is a perfect example of a promise made by this administration, by this Prime Minister, that was kept. King Street, another perfect example. When they went into King Street, half the road had broken off. The good people of King Street had decided that they're going to try to fix it themselves. They got some material, brought in some equipment, and went about working. 2 months later, the entire thing had pulled away. We went in under the Scotland District Rehabilitation Program, and we started that road. And I'm going to tell you, it was a difficult canvas to work on. Extremely difficult. But we did the work. It took some time. It caused us to go back to the drawing board on one occasion. But you know what? Tonight I can report, and I'm happy to do so, that the people of King Street, St. Andrew, have a perfect road that they can get home. They can drive right up to the house with the feed for the animals. When the pipe goes off from time to time, the truck can go right up to the house for the first time. I know that we've reopened that road there in Mosbon, and we're going to look to send the buses up there for the first time over 15 years. These are the things that we have been agitating for the good people in St. Andrew and White Hill in King Street. But those are just two examples of the infrastructural work that we've been doing in this constituency. A lot of work has been done in this constituency. So that's why I say that that St. Andrew neglected. But how? How? When we just do Babylon Road. Our chairperson she's probably nearly 40 years old. She has never seen Babylon Road smooth yet. Never. Now, it looks like a highway. We just did Coggins Hill. Same thing. Road that was not touched in the last 50 years. Done. Shorey Village, Dublin Village, Redmond Road, Belmont Road, Franklin Dublin Road, Ermybourne Highway. All these roads were done recently in St. Andrew, and you're going to tell me that a major problem in St. Andrew is infrastructure, all those roads were done, but still St. Andrew neglected? Oh, come on. Let's get serious. We've been working on St. Andrew for the past 4 years. Working with every group, every club. I think the Prime Minister mentioned it here tonight, that even the St. Andrew culture, the St. Andrew life, as they call it down there, has now gone national, and I dare say gone global with their crab night. Because we have something that's unique in our constituency. When I came, I found it. I can't take any credit for it. All I can tell you is that I worked with the people who were doing it to ensure that it get big. All I can tell you is that I was there all along with the various PACs that did it to ensure that it grew bigger. All I can tell you is that I worked with the gathering committee last year, August, to make sure that it was the biggest thing in all of the gathering. And nobody can say it differently. One of the best things that came out of the gathering last year was Crab Night, from right here in St. Andrew. But somebody can tell me that St. Andrew neglected? But what's neglect though? If you're working every day, you're fixing all the roads. You can't fix all the bridges one time. You can't fix all the roads one time. Even if you try to fix them one time, it's impossible. You can't get home. You got to get a helicopter to get into St. Andrew. So we fixed one. And when we fixing one, you're using the other one. I would love to fix Highway C going down Turners Hall, but we can't fix that before we fix Boostville Bridge. Because we're going to have to shift the traffic from one highway, from one artery to the other artery. All people can't get home. You see what happened with the works that we're doing across Highway 2 in St. Thomas and St. Andrew, diversions that caused a trip that will last an hour, lasting now 2 hours, taking 2 hours. And if you're planning out road works, you cannot try to do everything at the same time. You cannot. That's why I want persons to be patient right across St. Andrew. Be patient and remember what has been done. Sometimes when a road is something you take for granted, you know. When it's newly paved and it's black, you feel good. But after you drive on it for a few weeks or a few months, or walk on it for a few weeks or a few months, you forget that that same road that was done there, so in your gap, in Redmond Road or in Belmont Road or in Orange Hill, that same road could have been done somewhere else in St. Michael or St. Thomas or St. Peter or Christ Church or St. George. People need to understand that for everything you get, it takes effort on the part of the MP, it takes effort on the part of the ministry, and it takes effort on the part of the government to ensure you get these things. Don't take them for granted. They did not happen by happenstance. You didn't get them by serendipity. You didn't get them by chance. It took somebody in there saying, no, I want this thing fixed, or I want that fixed, or this requires fixing, or we need to prioritize this, or we need to prioritize that, or we need to do this first, and this second, or this third. That's what it required. And I'm not just talking about roads, but I'm talking about in general, because people forget the efforts that MPs put in to ensuring that their communities are right. Nobody cares more about your community than your MP. Believe me when I tell you this. Your MP is the one looking out for you. Same thing can be said for Ryan. Same thing can be said for Chad. Same thing can be said for Gregory. They're the ones who are going to have your back. They're the ones who are going to look out for you. And that's why, as I close, I want to remind you, as everyone else here tonight has reminded you, that you need to go out and vote on February 11th. Don't stay at home and say that we got this. Don't tell me that you supporting me and then when the polls open, you home or you belong to work. Don't tell Gregory so. Don't tell Ryan. Don't tell Chad. Don't tell Kerry. Don't tell Sandra. Don't tell Mia. Don't tell Peter. All those persons who spoke here tonight, I want each and every one of you out here to go, especially you out here in St. Andrew, where the police station was right there. I understand it down by the church now, but I know the one still down there by the primary school. I know the other one still there by the learning center. Make sure the first thing on that Wednesday morning, February 11, you do is go down there and vote. And vote for Romel Springer. Vote for Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Mayor Motley. Vote for Progress. Vote for the best. Vote Barbados Labour Party. Orange people, St. Andrew people, BLP people, I love you. Good night and God bless.
Springer step out. St. Andrew don't know what we bout. When we touch road, we just run every road.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to pick, you know got to pick, you know got to pick. I give them one eyeball, you know got to pick.
BLP is a party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to pick, you know got to pick. I give them one eyeball, you know got to pick.
When you will see round for one star we. So when I done know we voting for Dr. Romel Springer, BLP, St. Andrew, you know what to do.
Orange Hill, are you still with us? All right, that's sounding good. I want you guys to say something for me. When are ready? When labor leads, when I don't know it. When labor leads, when labor leads. From the time I was a little girl, I know they're always late, but we're coming to a speedy close. From the time I was a little girl, I never thought that I would see Coggins Road done. And those who live in the Chalky Mount area would know what I'm talking about. When labor leads, we as Barbadians succeed. And over the past few years, we've seen what strong leadership looks like. We've seen leadership that literally protects lives. We've seen leadership that stabilizes our economy. We've seen leadership that put people first. Workers, families, seniors, young people. And under this leadership, Barbados did not just survive. We stood strong. Bajan strong. Now our next presenter is another strong voice of the movement. He's passionate, committed, and unapologetically labor. He believes in standing up for people, both at home and in the courtroom. He stands firm in principle and courage. Labor family in Orange Hill, put your hands together for the candidate for St. Thomas, none other than Mr. Gregory Nichols.
We taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas
Good
for
night.
Gregory Nichols,
Good night.
St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, because he for the people.
I want to thank you for staying on throughout this meeting. This will be 20 plus years that I have come to St. Andrew in a general election. From the 1999 general election right down to tonight. And I feel a touch of sadness, I must tell you, here in Orange Hill, that this is the first time that I could not get a drink from Brown, my good friend. May he rest in peace. This branch has, and this constituency has known strong people in the community who have walked with George Payne the length and breadth of his political career, like Brown, Anthony Armstrong.
This community has nurtured in a young man, Dr. Romel Springer, who spoke before me, and brought him to you at the last election. And he has served the party well, and certainly this constituency. And I know tonight Brown is looking down, pleased with the work that Romel has done. May I call you Romel? You're my friend and brother. And I've come tonight at the close of this meeting to sum up what has been said for you by the several speakers here tonight. You have before you an important choice to make, and as Romel said to you, it is not an election in which you can stay home, because we are fighting to make Barbados win. We are fighting to make Barbados better, stronger, and to transform a small island economy and a society that has known better days. A society that can aspire to even greater things. But we're also fighting against a political foe that has grown more desperate as the times have gone by. Many of you would know that in the last 2 times the Democratic Labour Party has held office, it has left Barbados worse off than it found it. Over the last 7.5 years, we have had to take Barbados not forward, but back to where Owen Arthur left it, because of the 10 glorious years of nothingness under the Dems. And I've said to you in this campaign that the Democratic Labour Party really and truly is a party of gimmicks and pronouncements, no sound policies. Some of you might be old enough to remember the 1986 general election when they promised you 15,000 free in taxation. And the Bree St. John, who led this party, said, I will not condescend to that kind of gimmickry. People bought it. Fiscal discipline was the order of the day. We lost the government. The economy tanked. And now tonight, I can read that they promise you to reduce VAT. They promise you to take taxes off of pension and to raise pensions. But they're not telling you where they are going to find the revenue that they will lose. And as the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences at UWI Cave-Hill, Dr. Troy Lord, has said, and the Governor of the Central Bank, if you reduce VAT back to 15%, and you remember the Dems who take VAT from 15% to 17.5%, it is not going to redound to reduce prices in the supermarket and in the shops and the stores that we have to go to on a daily basis. It doesn't work like that. But what you have is a political party that has only one trick: to make idle promises and boasts. They see Barbados in a way that we don't live. They see Barbados as a place where everybody is suffering. They see Barbados as a place where young people have no opportunities. They see Barbados where nothing thrives. I don't see that Barbados. I mean, that is not to say that people are not struggling or working hard to make ends meet, but to tell you that they have to come to rescue Barbados? Really? Rescue? They would dismiss the report of the Central Bank Governor yesterday. But we all understand what is going on in the Barbadian economy. You just have to visit the airport on any day to see that tourism has rebounded. People are working. Hotels are going up. New capacity is being created. That will redound to the benefit of this country. You've seen unemployment drop back down to the levels where Owen Arthur left it in 2008. You've seen our debt to GDP ratio drop from 176% of GDP to 93. You know what that means? That the debt is no longer strangling us. 68 cents of the dollar were spent in debt repayments. When we came into office, that is how they left us. It is now down to 30 cents. So 70 cents on the dollar is being spent on you. But before it was 68 cents in the dollar. Nobody will lend Barbados any money. Our credit rating was junk. But they would tell you, do not believe your lying eyes. Do not believe the governor of the central bank. He is a politician. But they're printing money at the central bank, and when the central bank governor refused to do it anymore, they fire him. And they went to the national insurance. $1 billion in debt that they take out your national insurance to pay salaries. And they will ask you today, we have a strong economic base. And remember, everybody talked about it tonight. We went through COVID and hurricane and all kinds of things. And in 7.5 years, we were able to turn around this country. And they want to trick you now to tell you that they can carry VAT down to 15%. I remember cost of living in 2008. Kerry talked about sandals, but you remember cost you less? They bring a supermarket into Barbados and give it tax concessions that we never had supermarkets in Barbados before. You had to give away the treasury for a supermarket, and cost you less has not cost you less, it has cost us more. Because they don't pay a cent in taxes. Even the cars the manager drives get the tax free. That is the legacy of the Democratic Labour Party promises. Because Thompson told us in 2008 he would bring down cost of living. Every country in the world is dealing with a cost of living crisis. But the cost of living has dropped. The central bank report has told us that. It means that the measures that we have implemented to cap the taxes on VAT on electricity, to protect a certain basket of goods, baby products, sanitary products, all zero rated. It means the measures are working. And at the same time, we reduce income tax at the highest thresholds. Corporation tax from 25% down to 5.5%. Land taxes, the Prime Minister spoke about it tonight. But how can we do that? How can we get this done when under the Dems there was economic growth of less than 1%? If anything you got growing at less than 1%, it means it's almost dying. For 10 years, nothing but here and work. How has the Barbados Labour Party been able to do it? My friends, the answer is easy. It is called management. It is called having a perspective about developing your society, continually making improvements in the material welfare of your people over long periods of time, looking deep into the future, my friends, as to what kind of society we will be, while at the same time keeping your gaze on the international environment, because Barbados does not sit splendidly alone in the Caribbean Sea. We have to work with our neighbors around us, and we have to work with the partners emerging in a global world that is changing its perspective. We look too long to the north and to the west. But we can now partner with Central America and Africa and deepen our relationship with our Caribbean neighbors to give our people greater opportunities. This is the platform of the Barbados Labour Party. We do not see Barbados like some people when they go to a hotel. It is not their place. So you have to eat the meals that the hotel providing. You have to sleep in the bed that the hotel provides. The furniture in the room, hotel room is there. You can't make the changes to it. It is not yours. But we see Barbados as a home. When we come to office, we are not content to keep the home in the state that it was. Because you, in your homes, sometimes you upgrade, you build on another room, you change the roof, you change the color of your house, you might change from wood to wall. Bring new furniture in sometimes. That is the difference in the perspective of as to how we govern. Because our gaze is not only on what is in front of us. We have to think in the future. We anchor our policies in the things of the past that have worked for us while keeping our gaze on the future. And tonight, this red record that everyone has spoken to you, we are proud as a political party since 1971. The 1970s, 76. To be able to come to say to the people, this is a report on the promises we have made and the promises we have delivered. We see this as a manifestation of the good work that we have done, because when we bring a manifesto, as we will do tomorrow night in Golden Square, this Labour Party can say, look, that manifesto is a social contract between us and you. Not like Sandy did. Won the election in 1991 and turned around and changed everything that the city was promising and had the temerity to tell the people of Barbados that a manifesto is not a social contract. And since then, I don't believe that any one of you can remember any single manifesto policy that the Democratic Labour Party has ever brought to a general election. They have brought gimmicks. They tell you once that Barbados is not an economy, it is a society. Vote for change, and change we got. But they have not brought a single developmental policy, perhaps since the 1970s, to political platform in this country. Because they see Barbados with a worldview of 1966, where they have not learned or forgot anything. So everything is bar all the time. When they took away tertiary education at the university, you know what they said? Bar did not intend for people to have it forever. But no one knows what he had in his mind. But what we can tell you is that without free education, not only at the secondary level, because a secondary level education cannot propel Barbados to the state of development that it has seen. Go beyond that. I certainly wouldn't be here as a young professional without the benefit of tertiary education being provided for me. But they said Mr. Barr did not envision 50, 60 years onwards that the government will still be paying for it. So who will be paying for it? It is because they will celebrate independence, but they don't understand that independence also is a social contract. We achieved a narrow economic independence, a sovereignty that was predicated on a social contract that the government will take care of its people in Barbados and pull up people through education and subsidize social services like health and housing. That is the contract. Well, making sure that the economic fundamentals of the country are strong, investment continues to flourish, and the major industries can provide employment and opportunities for our people. That is a social contract. But they have abandoned that because they will glorify Erobara and independence, but because they have never scratched the surface to understand that independence is a continuing process. Not only must we be socially, economically independent, we must also be independently psychologically in our minds. Because if we think about the words of our national anthem, the people must have within their bosom that desire to get up every day and walk as free women and men and to make this country stronger and inspired and exalted, free and greater with our nation go. These are not just words we sing at primary school or at official functions. It must be the operating consciousness of our people. But you can never hear that people from the Democratic Liberal Party talking like that, you know, bar all the time. They go to pay their deposits and they cannot be seen with a Grantley Adams or Samuel Jackman or Charles Duncan and Neil Bill in the hand. Bar. But they took away tertiary education. And I remember the late Beverly Waldron telling me, she was a distinguished lawyer from Jamaica, married to a distinguished Barbadian doctor, worked tirelessly hard to improve the lives of families and children in this country. And she told me when she first came to Barbados, she had a discussion with Mr. Barra, and she said she can't understand why the government paying so much attention to free education. Government can't afford it. And she thought she had won the argument because Mr. Barra never said anything to her. As she was leaving to go home, he walked to her car and said to her, "We may not be able to afford free education, but we certainly cannot afford the cost of ignorance." That was the policy that Owen Alpha took when he said, "I want one graduate in every household." Because I can tell you, and I say this, and I'm not trying to shame anybody, but in the community that I come from, I can show you in Odyssey, St. Thomas, where there are university graduates and where they are not. You can see the material improvement in people's lives through education. Hilary Beckles tried to build out that campus in Owen Alpha, and the government of Barbados Labour Party under Owen Alpha supported it. And because of that, the Dems felt when they got into office, let us dismantle it. And that is what they do. They went after the University of the West Indies aggressively, refused to pay it. And from a roll of 10,000 students, dropped down to 3,000. Now, even if you look at the bare economic fundamentals, foreign students living in Barbados for a 9-month period spending more money average than a tourist. For 9 months they're here. They got to eat. They got to take public transport. They got to get to the barber or the hairdresser or to get their nails done. They got to buy books, stationery, whatever. And we see the build out of the middle class in St. James, Oxnard, Wanstead, people that had the small Venezuelan houses and have been able to build on apartments and change their lives materially because students come and rent from all over the Caribbean. Build out St. James. And they cut that. Unapologetic. Because they could not get the economy run. The Democratic Labour Party is a desperate political institution tonight. They have nothing to offer but a set of head and belly men. 3 women they have offered up as candidates. Only 3. Chase everybody that got saints from around the DLP. Anybody who would, and I will tell you this because I have to deal with Ralph Thorne in the Public Accounts Committee. And he must speak last on everything, even when he's wrong. And for those of you who know me, when he's wrong, and I can tell you wrong. But if you tell him he's wrong, he's going to speak for another half an hour. So when he speaks for half an hour, I will speak again. And it will go on and go on. So that's why you have not had a Public Accounts Committee meeting in Barbados in the last 3 years. Because he cannot talk foolishness into the record, and I'm going to correct him every time. And I had to tell him, you are not in George Street. So that is why his function as the leader of the opposition, he has not called a single Public Accounts Committee since July 2024. Because when he speaks, nobody must speak. Like he's the last boy that got a brain. That is how he has run the Democratic Labour Party. Run everybody from around it. But we want to tell you that we have all these problems in Barbados that the government won't fix. But they have no solution to any of the same problems other than gimmicks, tricks, and politricks, as they will call it. You, my friends, must make the deliberate decision that you will reject again the desperation of the Democratic Labour Party. You must make the conscious decision that this country is too great and too valuable in your eyes that your children's futures cannot be frittered away by politricks and gimmicks. Half of them don't read. Half of them don't even engage with matters of substance. And if you ever hear them talk, like the fluffy fella that I's got to sit down, he's come Senate, like he's wearing the big brother clothes all the time. Blah, 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 all the time. Nothing of substance. Can't engage them. This country is too important, in my humble view, to hand back to the Dems. Do not risk it. If you vote for a strong opposition, you might get a weak government called the Democratic Labour Party government. And Thorne will be worse than Sandy and Stewart. He has never built anything, any institution, nor established law practice where a set of young, brilliant lawyers have come up. I worked under George Payne, Dale Marshall, distinguished Attorney General of Barbados, come up under George Payne. And George Payne built a law firm that people like me, ordinary country people like me, could get an opportunity to practice law and to expound and develop and grow and flourish. What Ralph Thorne ever do? He was a lawyer for about 40 years. Never built nothing of substance. But he's in command of the Democratic Labour Party and wants to command this country. and the kind of garbage you hear him talking about, he going court to stop the election. You imagine if you were to start that any of the 20-something judges we got, you could just go to them and call them on the phone and say, I want a judge to stop election, and the judge grant the injunction. That sounds democratic. That sounds like even remotely constitutional, that a judge could decide that nobody in the country is voting. Well, he know better than that, you know. But at least I hope he know better than that. Another gimmick. A lot of big talk and palaver. Do not risk your children's future with Ralph Thorne and the lot that is there called the Democratic Labour Party. Tomorrow night, we will unveil even bolder, innovative strategies that you have never heard and policies that will take Barbados forward. Barbados is a place where everybody wants to be. From Africa to the Central American, Caribbean, everybody wants to engage. President of France, Macron, everybody, the Bresson Initiative, Debt for Nature, Debt Climate Swap, everything. Brilliance of this party and its leadership under Mia Motley. The Green Climate Fund, everything going on in the world got to include Barbados. The World Cup. Final has to be in Barbados. Everybody in the Caribbean say, well, nobody else can bid for the final. But Ralph Thorne tell you Barbados should not host the World Cup. No other country in the Caribbean bid for the finals. And even if the bid, it was a bid that was just, they just handed in because there's only one place to host the world in the Caribbean. But he would have you believe that we should not build out on our capacity in sports and the orange economy. You know, I mean, I don't have enough time because I think Chad is here to speak. But when you see a common man on the board and a king, and in this case we have a queen, you don't swap a king for a common man. But that can't make sense. The common man can only carry one direction and can get eat from every direction. Bajans, we cannot afford Ralph Thorne and the desperation of the Democratic Labour Party to govern this country in your lifetime. I beg you to support Dr. Rommel Springer, a good man and a colleague. I never met Rommel before he came on this platform in 2022. But I worked with him since then, and he's a conscientious, hard-working son of the soil who has taken George Payne's legacy in St. Andrew and built on it. I will be there for you in the future. Come out and vote for Dr. Rommel Springer on the 11th of February. Do not stay home saying that man Rommel got it. This election is too important to miss out. I will end by begging you to come out tomorrow night. Meet us at Golden Square. You will leave there revived, energized, and understanding that the Barbados Labour Party will not rest on its laurels because Barbados must win. Good night, and God bless you all.
We moving forward, so come together cause this time is ours. We big and strong as we move along. One team, one BLP, with Nia as our leader. We know Barbados is better, so we have no fear at all. The challenge is great, but we are greater. Now we more focused than ever. Get ready for a brand new chapter. The road long, but we will conquer. Times changing, so secure.
The Barbados Labour Party takes commitments to this country seriously, which is why every promise they made, they have kept. And in keeping those promises, they have made Barbados stronger. We, as a people, we're not going to play with our future. So come February the 11th, we are going to show them that we are not going to play with our future. This campaign is run with honesty, no lies. The buzzwords that are going around that I keep hearing is change, advocacy. Excuse you? The only change that we need come February the 11th is a change in score. A change from 60 to 90. We need a 90 not out. And the only way this is going to happen is by each and every one of you coming out to vote February 11th. Vote for Dr. Rommel Springer. Come out and vote. Our next speaker career spans international diplomacy, labor, governance, and youth development. He has over 2 decades of experience working at the highest levels of global governance and policy formulation. His career reflects a deep commitment to education and global equity. He serves in his constituency very well. I introduce to you our comrade, Chad Blackman, the representative for St. James North. We going big.
From the world back home to the parish, we love global mind, but he are still here with us. Boardroom talks, international planes. Now we bringing them lesson back home again. Young, vibrant, sharp, vision clear. Listen to the people, every voice he hear. Not all politics is a brand new way. Action, energy, no lay we say. Progressing, we steps up in we voice.
Good evening, St. Andrew. Good evening, St. Andrew. It's certainly good to be here. Good evening to all of you also online, wherever you are in the world. I don't intend to be too long. My voice is going a bit. But I want to use this occasion, of course, speaking, of course, in St. Andrew, this great constituency, a constituency with a significant legacy from the Barbados Labour Party. And I'm here to endorse wholeheartedly and unequivocally Romel, who continues to give sterling representation to the constituency of St. Andrew. And at the onset, I want to not just encourage you, but to say to you, with God's continued strength, and humbly asking you to continue to give him both your support, but more importantly, your vote on the 11th of February, 2026. Why is this important? Romel is part of a team led by Prime Minister Motley, who continues to ensure that the mantra and focus of the Barbados Labour Party, which is to ensure that we provide a quality life and better life for our people, is at the forefront of all that we do. And over the last 7-8 years, this party, led by our Prime Minister, has stabilized the economy, stabilized the country. We've had some challenges, of course, with respect to COVID, with respect to issues of the climate crisis, and a number of other issues, the geopolitics of the world, rising prices of oil as a result of war. But yet, despite those things, we've been able to steady through the storm. And the world continues to be a world in which there's significant turmoil. You only need to open your newspaper or Instagram or TikTok or Facebook or WhatsApp, and you see the changes happening all around us. And therefore, this election, 2026, is an election unlike any other. Why? We have to ensure that we have a team for the times which can usher us through the difficult waters ahead. A team that is both proven and tested, a team that has the ability and the skill, but more importantly, a team that has at its core the understanding and the feel and the touch and empathy for the common man to help them understand where they need to go and show them the path of how do we get there. And that is also why tomorrow's manifesto launch at Golden Square is so important. It is not just another manifesto launch. It is a manifesto launch that will certainly excite the imagination of this country, Barbados. This year, as I've said many times before, this year is 60 years of independence, 5 years as a republic. And notwithstanding the challenges in the world that we must navigate, the team for the times will also present to you, the country, how are we going to help you navigate those challenges, but equally, what are the opportunities that you can tap into and how do you get there? And when you look at what we've been able to do over the last 7-8 years, I simply sum it up as mission transformation. Transforming a country, yes, 60 years, but as I started, we didn't take over the reins of government in 2018 with a good wicket. We all know what was happening under the Democratic Labour Party. So when you hear Ralph Thorne and his party now trying to parade as if they'd have any good intention for the country with respect to its development prospects, you must understand the history. And let's face it, whenever the Labour Party brings Barbados to the level of development that is the envy of the region and the world, the Democratic Labour Party comes along trying its best to persuade people, not on the basis of ensuring that people's quality of life can improve, but through a level, in my view, of narcissism. It is about them. We want to get back into power. We want to get back into office. No, it is not that. And we have to ask ourselves, how do we ensure that the people, through the covenant that the Labour Party continues to have with the people, can now take us to the next level of development? And as I said, the last 8 years has been one of transformation. transformation with respect to the economy, transformation with respect to infrastructure, and I want to commend Romel as your Member of Parliament for the work that he has done and continues to do in St. Andrew with respect to your roads. So he was absolutely right when he said, how is it that these people are talking about St. Andrew is neglected? No way, no how. And he continues to work assiduously to make sure that the interests of the people of St. Andrew are well advanced. And when you talk about transformation, particularly, as I said, this year is 60 years of independence. How do we now take our people through the next phase of development for Barbados at a time when the world continues to have many, many challenges? And we have determined as a government that notwithstanding policies of development in the economy, education will be the tool amongst many other tools, but the key tool that will help to prepare this generation and the next generation to conquer the world through educational transformation. And why is that important? Our education system has served us well up to this point, but it has taken us so far and no further. We have inherited, of course, a system that was largely created out of a British model and experience that has done well for us in many respects, but has not really unleashed the true Barbadian potential to be world leaders in every single facet that we can think of. Have we done well in many respects? Yes, we have. But we must now ensure that this generation of young Barbadians, once you're born into this country or you live and go to school here, that the education system now gives you a global head start to be able to compete around the world. And therefore, when you look at what is happening in Asia, and in particular in China and South Korea, many times I'm sure you would go online and you would see young students between the ages of 3, 4, 5, and 6 being able to use sewing machines and having fantastic designs and concepts at that very young age. And you may ask yourself, why is that possible? And why has it hitherto not happened, for example, in Barbados? In circumstances where God has given our children the same natural ability. They have determined, based on the science, that if you expose your children to quality early childhood education, and not just daycare, but giving your children a curriculum that allows for them to learn in an environment that's fun, experimenting at different things, you then give your child a global head start. And it is for that reason we've determined that we are going to ensure that everyone in this country has universal access to early childhood education. This is part of the transformation in which we are ensuring that this country can compete now and well into the future. And you may ask yourself, how do we take our children and make them even more competitive with their counterparts? Because the real competition isn't about which school you go to in Barbados. Yes, that has played a significant role in the psyche of the minds of our people for a very, very long time. But the real competition is to ensure that when that child comes out at the end of secondary school, and invariably long before they even reach that stage, that they can, as I said, compete with their counterparts around the world. And it is one of the reasons why the Ministry of Educational Transformation has determined that critical thinking must be now part and parcel of what young people must be able to have within their fingertips and their psyche. Yes, you can have good grades. Yes, you can have all the other attributes of a good student. But if you're not able to decipher right or wrong, or to be able to navigate a circumstance based on critical thinking concepts, you are not going to be as competitive and ready for the world as you should be. And it is for that reason, last year, I attended a meeting with the International Chess Federation, where there was a focus on chess in schools. And the science, again, has shown that the countries which have chess in their schools at an early age, providing the necessary training for the teachers, those economies advance In addition, those students who go on from being children into adolescence, into adulthood, have the necessary tools to be able to compete on every single level that the mind can conceive. And therefore, this Labour Party government has determined that we are going to prepare our children for the future in the world, ensuring that they can be competitive in the area as well of critical thinking. But it is not just about advancing. Transformation of education means that children also who may have challenges or disabilities, what we call inclusive education, must now be part and parcel of that transformation as well. And I give an example which constantly is a reminder for me personally. When I studied law in the UK, one of the students who graduated with me in the LLB program graduated second at the top of the class. He had autism, but when you listen to his reasoning in law and his ability to even do well in the subject, and you ask why, from early on in the system in the UK where he studied, right through to college, before he entered university, the systems were there to ensure that notwithstanding his difficulties and his challenges, that he had the opportunity to do well and to enter a law degree. And everyone who did a law degree around the world, particularly at LLB, knows it is one of the most difficult things to study. And he excelled and did well and came second at the top of the class. This is what we're talking about as an administration and as a party, in ensuring that every single child in this country has the opportunity to do well. And we're ensuring not just that the teachers are trained, but that the necessary infrastructure is there to ensure that we give those children the opportunity to do well. But in addition to that, it is also about doing some exciting things in education, some innovative things in education. And if you've not done so, I want to encourage you to read the Red Record, A to Z, Promises Kept. Because when you look, for example, this country, as we all know, is surrounded by water. We're in the Caribbean Sea. But equally, to the eastern side, we have the Atlantic Ocean. And one of the things that we've determined as a party and as a government is that our children must be able to understand the opportunities of the ocean, the challenges of the ocean, and how do you now use the opportunities and challenges in a way that, one, protects the ocean, and two, advances the future prospects of Barbados and the Caribbean through understanding the ocean. Hence why last year we opened up the Oceania Innovation Hub, the first of its kind in the Caribbean, partnering with a number of partners around the world. And these are the kind of things where our children now from different secondary schools come together in a mode of project-based learning. It was so heartening to see students from Frederick Smith and Harrison College and Foundation School and Darrell Jordan all working around a table. Not only understanding certain concepts, but coming up with innovative things that we can now use to develop our country going forward. And this is important, particularly in the advent of the knowledge-based economy. And what am I talking about? Barbados' strength, Barbados' comparative advantage, Barbados' superpower, in other words, has to be our intellect. This country is no country with any military might. This country is no country with any significant deposits of oil or gold or bauxite. But Barbados' strength historically, and must be well into the future, certainly for next 60 years and beyond, the ideas and talent of our people. And therefore, how do you now take the ingredients that we have and the ideas that we have and now create a system through transformation of education to solve global problems by creating solutions out of Barbados? And therefore, when you look at the DNA that we have, I say it all the time, we have a DNA of excellence. The world's greatest cricketer came from Barbados. One of our two living national heroes. Our second living national hero, Rihanna, not only a fantastic artist, but a businesswoman par excellence. And therefore, when you add to that the fact that the search engine, Archie, which served as the predecessor for what we know as Google and many other search engines, came from Barbados and a Barbadian, you get to realize that there's nothing stopping us as Bajans to being world-class and being world-dominant in everything that we set out our mind to do. And therefore, education now is not simply about the attainment of grades and schools and where you went to school, but how do you prepare the student from early on into the future, that if they want to be the best musician, architect, sports person, engineer, you name it, that we give them the tools and the confidence to be able to dominate in everything that they can do going forward. And it must be anchored also by significant values, values of empathy, reasoning, critical thinking, excellence, punctuality, discipline, how you wear your uniform, how you wear your clothing, how you stand erect and speak to your peers. Education, therefore, will transform a generation. And therefore, this election is about ensuring that the work that we have started as a government is to benefit the future of Barbados. And Barbados, irrespective of which party you support, we must all therefore be proud of where we are going to go through what you're going to see tomorrow night. And I want to encourage every single person, both here and online, and who will watch tonight's meeting. As you've heard the Prime Minister say very clearly, you do not want to miss coming to Golden Square tomorrow night. Golden Square tomorrow night certainly will be, to my mind, unequivocally, the moment in which we chart a new course of development for this great country we call Barbados. Tomorrow night goes well beyond simply a manifesto launch. It will be a time when it will capture the imaginations of Barbadians and certainly serve as a match to be lit, to get the minds of people thinking, this is where I see myself in this great initiative called Transforming Barbados, in the pursuit of being the #1 developed country in the world, ensuring that we can address issues of non-communicable diseases, that we can address issues of ensuring that we have infrastructure that is resilient, particularly in the context of being a country on the front line of the climate crisis, a country that is excellent in the area of sports and fashion and music, a country that is also grounded and rooted in spiritual maturity, helping us to navigate the spaces that we have to navigate, both domestic and abroad. So this is an exciting time for a campaign, but in order for this to continue, on the 11th of February, every single one of us must get up and go to the poll and cast our vote. This is an election where, as you heard speaker after speaker, as recent as Gregory speak to you, don't think, well, Rommel gone clear so I don't have to vote. One vote makes a huge difference. And every vote, therefore, is important. And I want to encourage you to get up and to give your vote to Rommel and to cast your vote across the country, wherever you are, to the Barbados Labour Party, to ensure that we, as a government, anchored by a Prime Minister who has been proven to be a leader, you, the people of this country. And may God continue to bless St. Andrew. May God continue to bless Rommel and his team. May God continue to bless the Barbados Labour Party. And may God continue to bless this great country we call Barbados. Good night. God bless.
When chat step forward, the whole place bound. Forward with chat, let we move ahead. Wave them red flags, let the future spread. Young blood, strong plan, global view. St. James Northeast one. Forward with chat, let we move ahead. Wave them red flags, let the future spread. Young blood, strong plan, global view. St. James Northeast one for you. Crowd. Forward with chat. Here we move ahead.
Orange Hill. As we bring tonight to a close, I want to say thank you on behalf of my co-chair, Janelle, and I, for coming out in your numbers and listening to our leaders, listening to the team that will take Barbados forward. Tonight, you heard from our zonal neighbors. You've heard from our neighbor in St. Joseph, St. Lucie, St. James North, St. Thomas, St. James Central, St. James South, and our Prime Minister. You've heard about agriculture, education, infrastructure, and the economy. And tomorrow, I want to invite you to come out to our manifesto meeting at Golden Square Freedom Park. Transportation leaves the constituency office at 5:30. And on February 11th, I want you to come out in your numbers. I want you to vote with confidence. I want you to vote for progress. And I want you to vote for strong leadership for the changing times. I know the hour is late, but I want to thank you for staying with us. And I hope that you get home safe when you leave this location. Orange Hill, once more, I say thank you, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. Have a good night, and travel safely.
When I done know the program, we voted for Dr. Romel Springer, BLP to the world. Come on, Springer.
One eyeball.
The Dems no go pee.
When it can be worse. Peeping. Everybody peeping. Them like too much peeping.
We voting for Dr. Romel Springer.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is the party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
When you will see round for one star for we. BLP is the code, and Romel is the man for the vote. Call the Dems taking things for joke. Nothing they been putting down poor people throw. The Dems now gonna beat when we out. When you see Romel Springer step out, St. Andrew don't know what we bout. When we touch road, we just run every route.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is the party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
The people not Springer now. When Romel land, everything get done up. All of the racial